Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Conservation Commission and Inland Wetlands Watercourse Agency meeting for Wednesday, May 7th to order. And roll call, we have Allison, if you could sit for our vacancy. I think we have, yes. And Joe, you're seating, all right.
Yes, again, just remember.
And then, yes, yes. All right. So approval of minutes for April 17th. Do we have any changes or corrections? Hearing none. Do we have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any dissents? Okay, good. On to new applications for receipt and determinations of significance. I see that there are none. So we'll move on to action on applications. Application CC number 25-13 for Michael Nascimento, applicant and owner for a wetlands permit for a clearing of vegetation in portion of wetlands and filling grading in regulated area in order to improve backyard conditions at 20 Neal Drive, Assessor's Map B18, Block 501, Lot 009 in Simsbury.
Yes, this one was heard at the previous meeting and was determined potentially non-significant. It is a half-acre property for a single-family home with rear yard improvements. There's a 50-square-foot encroachment into the wetlands, and then the silt fencing as proposed. We have the applicant here if there are any further questions on the application.
Has anything changed since we last saw this?
We haven't received any new information.
And I think we discussed that was knotweed up there. Was that, or Phragmites? Was that?
Phragmites, yep.
Phragmites, okay.
Yep.
All right, good. Do the commissioners have any other questions? I'd entertain a motion to approve.
We have motions at your seat if you need them.
Yep. Who would like to? Oh, Allison, okay.
Moved. The Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission applicant CC 25-13 of Michael Nascimento, applicant and owner for a wetland permit for clearing of vegetation in portion of wetlands and filling and grading in regulated area in order to improve backyard conditions at 20 Neal Drive, Assessor's Map B18, Block 501, Lot 009, Simsbury, Connecticut 06070, Zone R40 OS, based upon the following findings. A, the project will not have a significant impact on wetland soils. B, soil and erosion control measures will be utilized so as to not further impact the wetlands.
Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion
Did I
carried.
need to read the rest?
Next, we have application CC number 2511 of Michael Fernandez, applicant and owner for a wetland permit for filling and removal of 3 trees in the regulated area at 21 Wingate, Assessor's Map C05, Block 203, Lot 048, Simsbury.
So this one was also heard at the April 17th meeting and determined non-significant. It's a 1.61 acre parcel. The property owner would like to use their space in the side and rear yard and is proposing to fill and grade and so they can level off the slope, which will include about 54 yards of fill to be brought in, as well as the removal of three trees and approximately 95 square feet in that soil area. I believe the property owner or representative is here if there's any further questions.
Just to remind myself, it's bringing the grade up at the edge toward the wetlands by how much? How many?
So it's 54 yards.
Is it slow?
It's gonna maintain the same slope, but it would just be raised, I think,
Okay.
1 foot, I think
Will
he
there
said.
be a steep slope at the end?
No.
Or is it all just
Nope,
grading?
it's all going to be
Okay.
gradual, yep.
And again, nothing's changed since we last heard this, right?
Correct, nothing's changed.
So do we have any additional questions from the commissioners? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move that the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission approve the application CC 25-11. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Oh, sorry. This way I get, yes, is the right one. Okay. Move that the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission application CC 25-11 of Michael Fernandez, applicant owner for a wetland permit for filling and removal of 3 trees in the regulated area at 21 Wingate, Simsbury, Connecticut, based on the following findings: that the project will not adversely impact the wetland soils or water courses, as the soils have been previously disturbed over the years and it's established grass, and the soil and erosion control corrosion measures will be utilized so as not to further impact the wetlands and subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, motion carried. All right, on to designated agent actions and other reports. Application CC number 25-14 of Bradford Eisenhower, applicant and owner for a wetland permit to install a 13 by 14-foot shed, a portion of which is in the upland review area at 39 Overlook Terrace, Assessors Map D16, Block 406, Lot 064, Simsbury.
So this is just a notice that the designated agent approved this permit for a shed, 13 by 40. The soils are approximately 80 feet from the shed. It is a 13 by 40-foot shed on gravel, and the owner will put in silt fencing as proposed.
All right.
That concludes my reports.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? All right, then we will move on to public hearing and possible action. Application CC number 25-12 for Malucci Home Builders LLC, owner for filling and grading activities in the upland review area and culvert maintenance in wetlands, in association with 4-lot single-family home subdivision proposed at 40 Holcomb Street, Assessors Map K03, Block 205, Lot 015, Simsbury. So we're calling the public hearing to order. If the applicant would like to make a presentation at this point?
I just wanted to state for the record, we've received the following public comments. They're included in your Dropbox.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. My name's Dave Ziaks. I'm a professional engineer with FAS and Associates. We're located over in East Granby. In the audience with me this evening is the applicant, Anthony Malucci, if you have any questions for him. At our last meeting, just to quickly summarize what we went over last time, since we're now in a public hearing. This is a 9.89 acre parcel of land located on the northerly side of Holcomb Street. It's in the R40 zone. It was used many years with a single home right there in the center at the bottom of this photograph. And there are 2 larger barns in the back and a shed, all of which will be demolished. Oh, we have a thing? Oh, good. There we go. Thank you. And let's test this out. There we go. There's our existing home here, and 2 barns and a shed in the back. There is a farm pond that was obviously dug over here on the westerly side of the property. And then there's an intermittent water course that comes in off from the sort of north and east, and then goes under Holcomb Street and a 24-inch culvert at that location. So the site drains generally in both directions. There's a sort of a high point right smack down the middle of the property. The wetlands were flagged by Rick Zulik, who's a licensed certified soil scientist. The report from Rick was included in our application. There are the areas, as shown here in the yellow, the wetlands that's associated with the pond, a wetland pocket up here in this northerly piece of the property, and then the wetlands associated with the watercourse. Our impacts, as we talked about last time, what we're planning on doing is there's a farm driveway that went back to the barns located over here on the easterly side. There's a culvert under the driveway at that location that has failed. It's crushed, and it's causing blockage for water that's coming down from the neighborhoods to the east. We'll be replacing that with twin 18-inch culverts. that have been sized by drainage calculations for that size, and then we'll just past that culvert between our new culvert and the town culvert. There's lots of wooded debris and other miscellaneous, branches and trees that are falling down in that area that are impeding that flow in that little water course area. So we'll be cleaning that out as well. So we'll have a nice, clear water course cutting through this portion of the property. Our plan is to set aside 2.3 plus acres of the lot, which is this back piece of land right here. That'll be put into a permanent conservation easement. As part of our overall proposal, we've included some LID techniques for drainage. Working with staff, we've added on the plan since the last you looked at them, we added some shallow rain gardens that are appropriately sized for the roof areas and small driveways that'll be draining to them. And we'll be using roof leaders with splash blocks spread out around to have the water travel across the lawn areas to get absorbed into the lawns. And so we really don't have any concentrated flow. We're not changing any flow patterns on the site. What's on the westerly side will drain to the pond as it does now, and on the easterly side will drain, eventually making its way to that culvert underneath Holcomb Road. We've done extensive soil testing for septic on the site, working with the Farmington Valley Health District. And we've identified 4 locations for septic fields. Included in the plan at the suggestion, I think it was the chairwoman, was to come up with a plan to remove invasives that would be in the areas around the wetlands. I've added those notes to the plans and used our staff provided us with a booklet from the Simsbury Land Trust that provides valuable information on how to accomplish that and what to be looking for. So we'll be undertaking that as part of the development of the property. We did receive some staff comments, both from planning and the town engineer, and I believe we've addressed all of those comments. We've made some minor changes to the plans, such as adding the rain garden areas, some more erosion and sedimentation control details to the plans. Each one of these lots has to come back before staff with individual plot plans that will be very specific to the final house will be built on the property, the location of the septic system and the wells. Then that goes to the Farmington Valley Health District for review and approval by them too before a building permit can be issued for the property. As far as some of the comments that staff has shared with us that have come via email primarily from neighbors, in particular over in Anmar Lane, I think is the correct way to pronounce that, and then Cardinal Lane. Those are located primarily to the easterly boundary of us. Those areas all drain the backyards, and most of that, and as I presented in the drainage study we gave to your town engineer, they drain ultimately to this water course area here and then work their way under Holcomb. And I think that with the replacement of that culvert and the cleaning out of that water course, it'll help drain out those yards and areas upstream of us much more efficiently and hopefully improve upon some of their concerns that they have. I also saw some comments regarding some of these homes, unfortunately, that have very active sump pump systems. I took a better look around the neighborhood, and it's pretty obvious. I mean, unfortunately, I actually owned a home like this years ago in New Britain. Those homes are simply just built too low. They should have been built 2 to 4 feet higher. But common practice was, unfortunately, was to install homes close to the surface, and basements end up down in the permanent groundwater situation. So you have these sump pumps running either seasonally, or in some cases running, every day of the year. Mine ran about 300 days out of the year. With our designs here, we're planning on avoiding any type of sump pump situation. If you pay attention to what your soil testing tells you and what you observe and calculations in the lake, you can do that without the need to put a sump pump in. But unfortunately, there are many homes, particularly in this area, that have to have sump pumps to keep their basements dry. All I can say to everyone is that there's nothing we're doing that's going to worsen that situation. Most of those properties drain onto this property, and then the westerly side drains to that farm pond area and the wetlands associated with that. So we're really not adding any flow to anybody around the perimeter of our site. And I wish I had better, as an engineer, I try to fix people's problems, but I don't really have a solution to a lot of those situations, unfortunately. As I mentioned, we are introducing some rain gardens and some other techniques to contain the water on our property and give it room to settle out and infiltrate into the soils. One thing in this area is all sandy farm soils and gravels. You do have a high seasonal groundwater table, but ultimately you have a lot of infiltration going on. And I think that's why in many of the neighborhoods that surround this particular parcel, there isn't more ponding problems, flooding problems, drainage problems, is because they're all sitting on pretty sandy soil all through this whole area. So there's lots of infiltration going on. And if you drive around and take a look at the town road, you'll see the drainage systems are pretty small, pretty modest, but yet there's not a lot of roadway flooding and things of that nature because a lot of it ends up as infiltrated into the soils in the area. And then we had, had an opportunity to take a look at the staff report to you and a few conditions of approval, and we have no objections to any of their recommendations. So the other issue, too, I wanted to talk about was that we talked about providing a vegetated buffer around these wetlands. That is sort of a no-mow situation. We're proposing on the new plans a 50-foot area that would be planted with conservation grass seeds, and basically maybe mowed once a year just to keep the invasives from getting in there and things of that nature. But we'll provide a 50-foot buffer, and staff recommends that we put some small markers out there to indicate those areas so that folks that are mowing the grass have some indicator as to how far to go and leave that 50-foot buffer around these wetland areas. So we have that built into the plans as well. And that's pretty much it. We didn't really make any significant changes to the plans since we last met, and we basically added some suggestions from staff and the like. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners have any questions? Commissioners have any questions at this point? All right. If not, I'll open it up for the public comment, if anyone would like to make a public comment.
Thank you for listening to our concerns. In fact, my name is Lori Moffett. We're at 11 Anmar, which is located right behind those barns there. We've only been here a year, and in the year, we have an active sump pump. During the drought, it was dry to the point where I would fill it just to make sure the sump pump was working. Typically, the sump pump will run every 45 minutes, something like that, when it's springtime. Currently, a couple weeks ago, it was running every 10 minutes, and yesterday, I have a video, but it was just a short clip of a video because of the size limitation, but it was running every minute. Since we moved in, we replaced the sump pump, we added a battery backup sump pump, and we also got a whole house generator. So we're doing everything possible that we can to keep our basement clear. I am not opposed to the houses themselves as far as aesthetics go. We moved here from Copperbrook community in Granby, so the big difference as far as how close the houses are, that's not the issue. Our concern is if it becomes worse, and I just want it on record, the video and how much water we have in case there's any recourse. Because when you start excavating, we've talked to our excavating contractor, we're having some other work done on the house, and you never know which way water's gonna run when you start disrupting that. And right now, it is, I don't know of any other people on the street. I hear that most houses on our street have sump pumps. I'm not certain about that. If you go down Anmar, you'll see standing water in the front yards of some houses right now. Our yard is not wet. It is the soil underneath that we have a constant actuary pretty much underneath our house. So that's really it. I just wanted to voice our concern and have it on record. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
My name is Regina Landsberg. Thank you for allowing me to talk. I've resided at an adjoining property to 40 Holcomb for over 16 years now. And I've also spent a considerable amount of time on the said property. Additionally, I drive past this property just about every day. And the bulk of this property is very wet, especially during spring and fall seasons. Whenever I would walk between the two properties, I would always put on calf-length boots because you would sink into the wet ground. And the property, it's where the former house was. It drops off significantly into a field where, again, this was pretty much always wet. And in the pond that's part of the wetlands, it's really kind of just demonstrates this, because there are many times, especially during a dry summer, where it's kind of small, but when it's very rainy and wet, such as has recently, it actually doubles in size. So I've taken several pictures. These are from yesterday, and I actually went past there today, and it's actually worse. So you can see here, this is where the new construction is. This is all water here, and this field behind here is where one of the other houses is proposed. You can see here. This is right next to where the pond is. Next slide, please. Again, you can see this is all water here. Next slide. So I don't think it takes a soil scientist to see how wet this property is. There's 2 more slides we can. And then, so you can see how close this is to the construction, and then they're proposing another house there, which this area has always been quite wet as well. I think this is the last slide. So, anyway, so the wet areas, again, I think are of concern. This, we live in the valley, and this property has always been wet. I don't know, as all the proposed changes or whatever, I think are going to make a lot of difference as far as it not being wet. But I have some other concerns, which I recognize that this committee only addresses the wetland issues, but some of these things I think are maybe related to wetlands, and they should certainly be addressed, and that is the septic system. Right now, there's only one existing septic system, and I know for a fact that it hasn't been serviced in at least 16 years. Is it viable, and what's going to happen when there are three additional systems added to this property? Is it going to affect the wetlands, affect the abutting houses and their septic system, and could there be a potential for potential problems, and also the wells. I know there was many years ago there was an issue with well contamination because of the animal. The different animals and the manure. There was a contamination to adjacent properties. Again, we're adding 3, possibly 4 wells. So I feel that is an issue, and it needs to be addressed certainly in the future. So in closing, while the above concerns and their effect on the environment are extremely significant and caution is needed, the effect of this development on the town of Simsbury's charming New England appeal and ambiance is also extremely important. The look and the feel of the town matters to residents and visitors alike, and many factors contribute to this, and nobody benefits from us ruining our environment. So I hope we take all these things into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? All right.
Afternoon. I'll be a little bit more boisterous. My name is Eric Vath. I reside at 15 Holcomb Street. I've been there for the last 4 years. I respectfully rise in objection to the proposed filling and grading activities, the culvert maintenance within wetlands, and the construction of the subdivision at 40 Holcomb Street. The value of healthy wetlands and responsible land use cannot be overstated. As shown through the town's recent sustainability fair, which I had the pleasure of joining with my 2-year-old daughter this week, and we had a great time. Simsbury takes pride in its preservation of its ecosystems, and passing of this permit would directly contradict this perception. I have 3 main points that I'd like to make. The wetlands and adjacent upland review areas of 40 Holcomb Street serve vital ecological functions, including water filtration, stormwater absorption. I think from the few speakers that you've heard from already, that's obviously a major concern for not only those on Holcomb Street, but the community at large. Habitat for native flora and fauna, including potential species of concern, and flood mitigation in an area increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather. Filling and grading activities, as well as culvert alterations, pose significant risks to the health of these wetlands. Disturbing soil and altering natural drainage patterns can lead to sedimentation, water quality degradation, and long-term ecological harm. Number 2, I'd like to mention that allowing this application to proceed without rigorous scrutiny may set a troubling precedent for development in sensitive environmental areas. The integrity of inland wetlands and watercourse, the integrity of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act must be upheld, particularly in the face of proposed development that could significantly alter the landscape. Finally, I'd also like to point out, as my neighbor just stated, in addition to the environmental impacts, I think we all speak and object to the proposed subdivision on this property for many reasons, but here are mine. Additional roads, driveways, and homes will significantly increase stormwater runoff, further threatening wetlands and nearby water bodies. A new subdivision could place undue pressure on local infrastructure and services, especially if not paired with a comprehensive traffic and environmental impact assessment. Development threatens the rural and ecological character of the area. Preservation of open space is essential for the community's identity and for the future generations. I urge the Commission to deny the application until independent environmental impact study is conducted, that we consider alternative land uses to preserve open space and wetlands, and to require a more detailed plan showing how wetland functions were preserved or enhanced, not merely avoided or minimized. I ask that the Commission continue to act in favor of long-term environmental stewardship and the public interest by rejecting this proposal. I also want to just say, I think it makes it very clear, I've been to a few of these meetings, I actually stood in favor of my neighbor's property when they were looking for an objection as well. It's clear about not only the amount of people that are here, but the amount of people that have sent letters in today. This is our community. This is where we live. We're not making money off of this, right? He's not from this community. We have to live with this on a daily basis. I hope that you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Atencio. I live at 16 Anmar Lane, which is the pie-shaped property at the end of the cul-de-sac. My parents and now myself have owned that property since 1982. I just want to second my neighbor's comments. I am not convinced that our septic system sump pump usage is not going to be impacted by this project. So I want to voice that concern. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Leanne Candido. I live at 60 Holcomb Street. I am the property on the, I guess that's the north side, right next door to 40 Holcomb Street. I do agree with everything my neighbors have stated here so far. I don't know a lot about wetlands. It does seem kind of overwhelming to me that such a small wetland area, which is already surrounded by lots of homes in a neighborhood, could withstand 4 homes, well, actually 3 extra homes that are probably going to be well-sized and have lovely manicured lawns that will require upkeep and pesticides. That property slopes down. I don't see how much fill you could bring in to keep that property from sloping and from pesticides and other lawn maintenance chemicals from going into the wetlands. As far as my property goes, I've lived there 17 years. I've had water in my basement all 17 years. I mitigate it with 2 sump pumps. I'm used to it. I know when it's going to flood pretty much, and we handle it. Sometimes the sump pumps don't work. The water table rises, as it has this week, and we deal with it. We vacuum out water. My concern is that gully that the gentleman talked about with the culvert replacement. I have not been informed about. I've not heard from Malucci Brothers about that yet. However, that gully runs down the side and it runs into the back of my yard, and it empties out onto Cardinal Road. On the other side of that gully, I don't believe that's wetlands right there. However, it is wet. I walked it last night. My foot squished between me and the Hellitzer's house, which I don't recall their number on Anmar, but it's 15. Squished, and that water is not taken up by that gully system. Granted, the gully is full of leaves, but it's still 4 feet deep, and nothing from that property that isn't considered wetlands is soaking down into that gully. It's sitting on top. My backyard is not flooded that way. The water is not sitting, but I'm not convinced that them rebuilding a culvert is going to take care of that water back there that has already existed. And then on top of it, if they're going to start digging, start changing water patterns to put homes in, that farm water is now going to go somewhere. It's going to go into that gully apparently, but how do we know that it's not going to go into that area that is not considered wetlands, that is not currently going into that gully, such bringing more water over into that part of the property. The neighbors on Cardinal on the other side of me all have sump pumps running constantly this week, so I know it's a problem there. The water is sitting in the gully at the end of Cardinal Drive as well. It's not moving. So I would like assurances from the builder about what exactly he thinks repairing the culvert is going to do to mitigate water problems and not actually have more water flowing into my yard from the disturbed land. I don't have the money to put in curtain drains for any new water that my property has taken on, and I really don't want the value of my house to decrease because of it. So those are my concerns. And that's about it. I appreciate you listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Would the public like to make further comments? All right, the commissioners have any questions? All right, I would like to, the applicant, if you would care to respond?
Yes, hi again, Dave Ziyax with Hesketh Associates. And again, we had an opportunity to review the emails from the neighbors, and we discussed that in my presentation a bit. All I can assure you is that, we've spent a lot of time evaluating this. Your town staff has evaluated it, gave us some comments, which we addressed. I really think with the culvert improvement that we're making over there and cleaning out that watercourse a bit, that it's not going to solve everyone's problems over there, but it certainly won't exacerbate them at all, and it probably will help them by just allowing that water to make it to that 24-inch culvert under Holcomb, which it really can't now. I was there myself yesterday during the rain, and there was literally about an inch of water in that water course. That's all that made it to that location because it was being backed up by that culvert under the driveway. And I think for all, like from that Anmar Street and Cardinal, that whole area drains down about where that line, see where that line is right there?
Do you have a pointer?
Yeah, right where this line is. This whole area, this cul-de-sac, and this area drains down into this lower area, which flows down through this area right in here. So making this area flow better is only going to help evacuate that water out of that area. And again, I'm not going to stand here and tell you we're going to solve everyone's problems, but we're certainly not going to worsen them at all. And given this is almost 10 acres of land, we're putting 2.3 of it in permanent conservation in the backyards of these folks over here. So there's not going to be any disturbance in that area. There's not going to be any development in that area. What you have is what you have. And the drainage from this site is geared towards draining towards this ponding area, which we talked about last time. It definitely grows. There's no doubt about it. That's why there's a wetland area associated with it to the west. And then this easterly part goes to this culvert that goes under the road. So we're not draining over onto anyone else's property. They tend to drain over onto this property. And with 4 houses, really 3 new houses, and actually our impervious coverage increase is very small because when you add up the roof area of the existing houses, the 2 driveways that serve that house, and the barn areas, there's not a lot of growth in impervious coverage out here. And the property is zoned R40, and all of the 2 lots in the front will be R40, but the other 2 lots will be considerably larger than that. And again, we're setting over 2 acres of it into permanent conservation, if you want to call it open space areas. So I think this applicant has done everything to meet the regulations. Your staff's had an opportunity to review it and comment. We've addressed their concerns. And I think it's an appropriate application.
So, given the visual ponding, is there a high groundwater level at this point, at this location?
Yeah, I mean, there's modeling in the 20 to 25 inch range on the entire property.
So it's below the 18?
Yeah, and that area that's in that photograph is sort of a captive pond. It should be graded and drained back over to the pond to the west, but the site is under construction, so that is a ponded area. It will be dealt with the final grading around the lot.
And test pits were done outside of the wetlands area?
Yes, there's
So
been many
that's-
test pits done, but under the observation of the Farmington Valley Health District,
Okay.
so.
And the Farmington Health District doesn't have any problem with the septic systems as proposed?
No, they're going to be all engineered, elevated and engineered.
Okay.
And the same thing with the well system. Remember, they review, the Department of Health and the Farmington Valley review any new wells. So there's lots of people looking at this and keeping an eye on it. It's I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be just fine.
Okay. It's hard to tell from the plans that we have here, but is the adjoining property higher than this, so it does drain there?
Yes, well, everything to the east of us and north too, because we're skewed a little bit.
Yeah.
So all these lots here that are in that Anmar area and then over here in the Cardinal area, they tend to drift through this back area, and I'm circling the backs of their homes, and it makes its way down to this watercourse area here, and then drains underneath Holcomb Street at this location here. Some of the problem is that this has not been properly maintained in God knows how many years. And so that watercourse is not draining very efficiently. with us making those changes, I think it will make a considerable improvement to that. But we don't drain over onto anybody.
Okay,
There's-
so that water course, it goes from basically east and then to the south.
Down right here, there's a 24-inch culvert right underneath Holcomb Street.
So it drains from outside of your property into your
Across our property and down.
and then down.
Yes.
Okay.
And then this area is captive over here. We have the farm pond area. The town actually has a little drain pipe right here that drains over into that area as well. So that area, when you get heavy rainstorms, is going to pond out. There's no question about that, but it's, you know, that's why we've kept everything substantially away from that area, so. I don't really think you're gonna see much of a change in the patterns that are out here. And I think you're gonna find a little bit of improvement with what we're doing over here on the easterly side. But again, 4 homes on 10 acres seems pretty reasonable in an R40 zone.
And you will be bringing in fill to raise the elevation?
Yeah, well,
In
the front
areas?
2 houses don't need any assistance at all. They're up high. They'll actually be walkout homes. The 2 in the back, it's a design choice to make. If you want to go with more of a, you know, an architectural design, sort of split level kind of a nice house, you may not even have a basement. If you put in a conventional basement, then you're going to have to, you know, what we commonly refer to as beehive the houses up to make them all function properly. But that's a design choice by the builders, what they want to do. One way or the other, you don't want to put them down deep in the ground and end up with 2 more sump pumps. That's for sure. We definitely don't want to do that.
So another question is, just how much change in elevation are you doing? The front 2 houses, like you said, don't need much. Are you basically maneuvering things around to improve sort of the drainage and, as in the low areas? Like how much change in elevation?
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why, you know, we're setting aside that 50-foot area around the wetlands is to assure that that's a nice buffer area to the wetlands to help absorb even more water. But the idea is to keep the same flow patterns going in the 4 directions. You know, don't create a new concentration of flow anywhere. So follow the natural patterns, let it sheet off across the grasses and into those, you know, that 50-foot buffer area.
So there's not significantly a net change in elevations through this plan?
No.
If you need to change an elevation of something, you're going to just raise the houses? in
You raise the
back.
houses and kind of work around that, but not, well, I mean, you know, the whole intent here is is still to keep it kind of this nice open, kind of spaced out area, not, you know, strange looking or whatever, however you want to put it, you know, is to blend in the best you can with what you got.
With regard to the rain gardens, are you digging them out? Are you building them up? How are you?
They're only going to be 6 inches to 12 inches deep. That's the way you really want to do those.
Are you
And
mending
size
the
them for that size, you
Okay,
know?
are you mending the soils at all, or?
Yeah, and we'll probably plant them with some nice rain garden plants that the DEP specifies, you know?
Okay,
Um,
and will there
but-
be an overflow that goes into the culvert?
Yeah,
On
everything on that east side eventually on our property makes it to that water course. There's not a lot of grade there, but there's enough, and it definitely gets there. On the westerly side, it will get over to the farm pond system and that wetland
Because
system.
I'm thinking if the groundwater level is relatively high, it doesn't have much chance to infiltrate, but you'll have some evapotranspiration with the plants
Yeah.
during the growing season.
Yeah, and you know, during the summer months, there's never going to be any problem out here. I mean, when we started our testing back in January and February, when it was warm enough to do that, which it was, you know, the groundwater, and even in the holes right where those houses are, the groundwater was down in 30, 40 inches down below the ground, even though the modeling, you know, we go by the modeling, we don't go by. So seasonally, this groundwater table definitely drops and gives everything a chance to really dry out. In the wintertime, especially now, this crazy weather pattern we've been in, it doesn't surprise me that you're seeing some ponding and the like, especially on property that hasn't been properly graded in to deal with that situation.
Well, I think historically that property ponds.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's left of an old farm.
So
But
that-
again, I don't see any impacts to our wetlands, and I think we've spaced everything away from the wetland sources to
So
probably offer more buffer than it's there now. A lot, in areas on the site, it's been mowed consistently right up to the edge of the wetlands, so.
And for the public, the Connecticut wetlands are based on the soil modeling, if it's within if it's within 18 inches of the surface. And that is how wetlands are defined, so, all right.
Another clarifying question. There's no other like sub-level piping that's going between the left side and the right side. It's all just draining across the surface like it is now.
Yes,
So essentially, since you're not changing the elevation much across this thing at all, it's and the thing you're doing on the right is clearing out the exit. That's the reason you don't expect there to be much change at all. It's the same as it's doing right now.
that's correct.
Okay.
Do you have a calculation of the change of impervious surface from the barns to?
Yeah, it was in the drainage calculations. I think it's in the order of a couple thousand square feet altogether between all 4 lots. And one of the concerns of the staff was that we didn't increase the impervious coverage draining to Holcomb itself, because that could affect the town's drainage system, and we balanced that. So that works out good. And, but when you add up all the roof areas and the 2 driveways, I think we're within a couple of thousand feet, which is pretty minimal on a 10-acre parcel. And a lot of that has been directed into rain gardens and things of that nature to capture that water, get it into infiltration.
And it's also spread out over the 4. It's not concentrated in one place. It's spread over the 4
Yeah,
locations for the 4
that's
houses.
correct. That's correct. Actually, like I said, in the front, we're pretty balanced, right? With what was out there before, between the house, the garage, and the 2 driveways. Almost dead balanced right there. And you can see the 2. If you look at the barns, they're dashed there in red. If you just add that up in your mind, and you can see it's pretty close to what the house. And that the idea is not to pave these long driveways. We just want to do a little bit of paving where the garage would be, just because that's just a maintenance issue. But the rest of the driveways will be processed stone, give it that more of a country look, and that'll allow for some infiltration without any sheet runoff.
And the maintenance for the rain gardens would be the homeowners will be?
Yeah, each homeowner, yeah.
And have there been infiltration tests done there to see that they would work?
Well, the whole site perks under 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very permeable soil. It's farm loam soil. It has a high groundwater table, and unfortunately, I don't want to belabor the point, but unfortunately, when you have high permeability soils, that's bad news for people with sump pumps. You're better off being in dense clay, poor pervious soils, because it's a function of, flow traveling hydraulic or horizontally towards your house. And you almost want to have 3 feet of clay all the way around your house, because that slows the flow to your basement dramatically. But when you have, pretty medium to fine sands and gravels all around you, when the groundwater table rises, it's just a constant flow to your sump pump. So it's good soil otherwise, but it's bad soil if you live in a sump pump situation.
So I like the idea of the signs demarking the edge of the mowed once a year meadow.
That's
Yeah,
a suggestion of your staff.
Can people pull those out easily?
I'm told they're very hard to pull out.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Well, what you'll find here, it's like a lot of cases, is that, the first couple of mows dictate the mowing forever, because people just you follow your grass, like behind my house, I have plenty of wood, I have a line that I've established over the last 25 years, and I don't think I've gone 2 inches past it since. So once you get the grasses established around the house and you get these other grasses established around the wetlands, that line is going to be pretty much the line forever.
Commissioners have any other questions? All right. Do we need to, for the, any more? Yes, I was going to say. Yes.
I'd like to add one thing.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking, so I
All
forgot
right, no
about it. There's also a concern at that farm of the buried animals that are there. I do not know how many are there. I am aware of one horse, which I witnessed, and the former owner told me that some other horses were buried there. I've heard from neighbors that it used to be a pig farm. Other livestock might be buried there. So my other concern is remediation efforts as far as anything dangerous that comes from deceased animals that could infiltrate the wells and contaminate our drinking water. I don't know if that's a concern. I don't know enough about it, but it's a concern to me. And I would hope that people who know more about those things than I are maybe taking that into account and under consideration. And I don't know if they've addressed the issue of remediation as far as deceased animals, large animals, not just wildlife, foxes and such. So.
That one I don't know. I mean, it depends how long ago they were buried and whether, they decayed to bones. I mean, and how deep
Right.
they were buried and all the rest.
Yeah,
But
I
other
know
than that,
one horse was about 11 years ago.
I wouldn't think it's a problem anymore.
No,
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
Well, it's not like people when they're buried. There are all sorts of chemicals that go into them, but I don't think with the horse
Yeah.
that's the case.
Okay. Well, I wanted to put that on the record because that is a concern.
Yeah, I'm
so.
sure the applicant would deal with any such things should they come up.
It's a public health issue
Yes.
that would have to be dealt with the health officials.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking to that, so since I work in drinking
Okay,
water
yes.
currently, both Connecticut Department of Public Health, drinking water section, and local health would be the ones looking into that. Since you guys are all on private water, we don't test your water. It's your responsibility as the homeowner. But we always recommend that you do it at least once a year, but really like once a quarter. It's relatively inexpensive unless you're doing like tests for really unusual things. But some dead animals from over 10 years ago, I wouldn't be, do you say 2 years ago? I still wouldn't be super concerned, to be honest. Most diseases don't go species to species. So if there was like humans buried there, that's obviously different on many levels, but which hopefully is not the case. But obviously, I mean, I understand why you're concerned, certainly, but I wouldn't be too worried about the farm animals that have been buried in the past there. They're probably just bones at this point and shouldn't be carrying a bacterial load that can get into the water.
It might already be there if it is.
Yeah, it probably already would be there. Yeah, so.
And
but-
long gone.
And long gone. So.
So I just want to make a comment about the rain gardens. I'm a master gardener. Nobody would be more excited about rain gardens. But you know what? Someone could move in and say, oh, I don't like this, and take this out. It's gone in 2 seconds. It could happen with all four. I don't think, to me, that's not a solution to a lot of these problems that we're looking at, because it's only going to be maintained by the homeowner. And my big concern is that some of these houses may come back, soon. Oh, we want to build on this. We'll be back here. We want to build on these on the wetlands. And my biggest concern is this particular house here. That property is is always wet back there. To me, I know there's a concern by all the homeowners in the area, but I guess I think, we have somewhat of an obligation to protect people that may be buying these houses, and I don't know, myself, I would really be concerned about the wetlands and the proximity of the wetlands and the wetness of this particular, especially that particular house. I don't have any concerns with the houses that are close to the road, but like I said, I've been on this property and it's kind of like it's always wet.
Brittany, is it a correct interpretation that the areas outside of those dashed purple lines are outside the upland review area?
Correct, yep.
So there isn't any wetland soils in that area as defined. That doesn't mean the whole thing can't be wet because of the drainage, but that's not an area that would be, that because of how things are defined here would be an issue.
It's outside our scope. All right.
One more comment, I'm sorry. I thought about biting my tongue, but you only live once, right? Just one thing I just want to point out. The gentleman mentioned several times he believes there won't be an issue. He believes that it's not going to cause an issue down the line. He believes it won't change anything. But nothing he mentioned was a guarantee. It's all belief, right? He believes it's not going to be an impact. And that goes back to my earlier statements, is they're not moving in, right? If it was a single-family home and they were living there and they were planning on having a family and raising a family in the community, I don't think any of us would be here. I think we'd probably be up to it. That house was in shambles. We all know it, right? The problem is that he believes when he's done building and he gets his paycheck at the end of the day, we have to live with it. So unless there's a guarantee, I don't think this should be passed at all. Thank you.
Did you want to ask a question? Sorry, what? Yep. You can ask a question. Go for it, Jason. Yeah.
The gentleman that was just speaking, a question for you is your concern that when the culvert's rebuilt and the drain's flowing properly, are you concerned that there's going to be additional flooding in the area, additional water?
The concern is a multitude of things, right? The property was never formulated to be designed to carry 4 homes with 4 septic tanks and 4 wells with 4 separate families living on it, whether it's zoned for it or not. Right? If you drive by the property right now, it's already flooded. We're talking about when the property is done, what he believes may happen. What about during construction? What about in between? What about the herbicides and pesticides that he's going to be digging up from the farmlands that have existed there for the last 100 years, right? That home itself dates back to the Revolutionary War, right? That home, that property was not made to be built with 4 homes in 2025. Right, so my concern is a wide range of additional flooding, of additional endangerment to the wetlands, a change to the community, a change to infrastructure. I could keep going and going. In my opinion, and I think a lot of my neighbors would agree, a subdivision doesn't belong there. It does not belong on the end of Holcomb Street. Right? If it belonged there, I think it would have been built there back in 1776. Right? The property, in my opinion, is not made in the state that it's in to carry the construction of 4 homes and what will result from those 4 homes being built. That's my concern.
So some of that is a concern for zoning. I think that will be taken up at those.
Right, this is a subdivision, so
Subdivision.
we'll have a public hearing with the planning commission.
So what's
as well.
before us is the impact to wetlands. Most of the development is outside the wetlands. The improvement of the culvert should improve the drainage. The development of Anmar and Cardinal were before, I think, the wetlands regulations, which it shows why we need to look at that. Although it is a wet site, there can be construction to drain, but our concern is it going to impact the wetlands? Zoning looks to see, for other issues. Our issue is it affecting the wetlands? And we have looked at the culvert replacement. We've looked at the design for the culvert replacement. That should be an improvement over what is there now. But most of the development is outside. As to the pesticide use, we're always encouraging people not to use herbicides on their lawn, not to use insecticides for a variety of environmental reasons. As a conservation commission, we also encourage people to do minimum lawn, and the applicant is doing that. Does anyone else have any comments? Any discussion?
Would there be
Questions?
would there be any mechanism to make sure the rain gardens are kept intact? Or is that not really enforceable?
Well, it can be a condition of approval that the rain gardens be maintained on the property. And if we get a complaint that they are not, we can certainly go to that condition and tell the homeowner, any future homeowner, that it must be maintained.
And how long would that condition, would that be an indefinite or?
Indefinite.
Okay, good. And we would also probably put a condition on that native plants be used, certainly for the trees and shrubs in the area, because they are adjacent to the wetlands.
Correct.
Excuse me, can you do the same when it comes to pesticides, when somebody is so close to?
Sorry, we have, we were discussing that we would recommend integrated pest management practices.
So we can pass that comment on to the planning commission as well. That can look at that.
Okay, and then the maintenance of the meadow where the signs are beyond that, can that be included in the conditions as well?
Right, the fennel markers. Yep.
Because that will have to be mowed once a year, otherwise it will be just a forest.
Right.
Which is okay too, but yeah. All right. Are there any other comments from the applicant?
No, we're all set.
Okay, any other comments from the public? All right, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. All right, do we have a second? All in favor? All right, good. All right, so we're looking for a motion to approve or deny this application. Is there any further discussion on this?
Motion's at your desk.
Yeah.
I'm just going to state that, from the development side, there's very little change to the topography here, which is, a significant difference from a lot of these other ones that have occurred. So it's just, there just isn't a lot of change in the upland, outside the upland review area, or inside the upland review area. There's almost none. So it's, it's kind of,
So-
it's basically outside the jurisdiction as it is.
We do have some improvement for planting for the area around the houses. We have a minimal lawn. We have, hopefully the rain gardens will work. We do have the approval for the Farmington Valley Health District for these septic systems and wells. We do have a preservation area around a conservation easement around the larger wetland, and an improvement in the culvert. And we have various conditions for the motion.
Well, also, it seems like it's already grass,
It is, this is
So it's
improvement
not
over the
like-
existing condition.
and the easement is all wooded, it seems, so there's not gonna be any tree cutting or any impact that way.
Well, there's been some tree cutting around the pond, but, all right, so I would entertain a motion.
Yes. So I move that the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Agency approves application CC 25-12 of Malucci Home Builders LLC owner for filling and grading activities in the upland review areas and culvert maintenance in wetlands in association with a 4-lot single-family home subdivision proposed at 40 Holcomb Street, Assessors Map K03, Block 205, Lot 015, Simsbury, Connecticut 06070, Zone R40, based upon the following findings. Short-term impacts from the proposed development will be controlled by installation and maintenance of erosion and sediment controls and construction runoff controls. The applicant has proposed various soil protection measures, including LID strategies and a 50-foot buffer area surrounding soil. Should that be wetland soils?
I can add wetlands to
Yes,
that.
I would add wetland soils, please. Temporary impacts to the wetland soils from culvert maintenance work on the east side of the property will be mitigated by S&E controls, and the motion is subject to the conditions as listed, including the ones that were discussed about maintenance of rain gardens and the recommendation of not using pesticides and
Integrated pest management. Look, integrated pest
Oh, yeah,
management.
yeah, IPM, yeah. That they'll use integrated pest management on the maintenance of their properties, the homeowners.
Were there any others, Brittany?
And I'll add the use of native plant species.
Yes, and I
removal
would
of-
please add the use of native plant species around the wetlands.
Do we have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. And thank you, public, for the comments that helped us make a better decision.
Thank you, good night.
All right. Is everyone here? Let me ask commissioners. Would the commissioners like to take a 5-minute break before we start the next? Yes, please. All right. We will be taking a 5-minute break before we commence with the next public hearing. Oh, did we? Yes, we closed. Meeting back to order again. They're getting there. Just, oops, it's gone off. All right. So I call the meeting back to order, and we have before us tonight the application CC, the continuing public hearing for application CC number 25-02 of McLean Affiliates, Inc., applicant and owner for a wetland permit to construct 52 new residential units at the existing McLean Retirement Community with associated improvements in the wetland soil and upland review area at 75 Great Pond Road, Assessors Map E08, Block 147, Lot 001, Simsbury.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Oh, yes, we have to cheat. Yes.
since
And
Mr.
for-
Campioletta is recused himself, I would suggest
Yes.
seating Sue.
So Sue, would you cede for Joe? Thank you. I did have it in my notes, but, all right, thank you. All right. Tonight, we're opening the comments. I know we have some new information that was presented by the applicant, and we do have some new information presented by the interveners. So we'll go through that first, and then when we open it up to public comments, if someone hasn't had a chance to make their public comment, and we'll entertain that, and hopefully we'll, something new would be good. I think this is our 5th public hearing, so good. All right. The applicant, if you'd like to.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. I'm TJ Donahue of Killian and Donahue, and I represent McLean on this application before the IWWC. First of all, we appreciate the commission and staff's attention to and guidance on what has been a long and challenging process. This truly has been an iterative process where application, hearing, comments, and responses bring us tonight to complete the process for an application which is changed from and improved upon the original. We are sorry that this process has been so difficult and causes us to appreciate your service all the more. Thank you. This application is about the interests of two sides and points of view. It is a critical decision for McLean and will define how it can embrace its mission and succeed and survive as a vital Simsbury institution. The applicant, McLean, is a life care community which utilizes a 110-acre site on which it operates a 90-bed convalescent care facility which treated 377 patients in 24 and provides health care services on and off campus for more than 5,000 clients per year. Over 240 people are Simsbury residents at McLean in assisted and independent elderly living. McLean is a not-for-profit life plan community in Simsbury, offering a continuum of services including independent living, assisted living, enhanced assisted living, and memory care, adult daycare, short and long-term skilled nursing, outpatient rehab, and wellness and home care and hospice. Additionally, McLean aggressively stewards 4,110 acres of its land in Simsbury and Granby committed to conservation, preservation, and passive recreation. The McLean Game Refuge is the largest conservation area in southern New England, and it's open to the public. In its mission, McLean employs 452 and serves thousands of families on and off campus with life care services. It is a not-for-profit charitable organization. However, while its convalescent care facilities are totally exempt from municipal taxes, the assisted living and independent living facilities are taxable. The Meta homes will be taxable and will add significant revenue to the town of Simsbury. This year, McLean Real Estate paid $858,000 to the town of Simsbury in municipal taxes, and once built, the new Meta homes will pay in excess of $550,000 for additional tax revenue. The other interest is a citizen group of neighbors, primarily from 3 neighborhoods. They are opposed to any use of the site as it is proximate to their homes. They espouse "not in my backyard" as a rationale for you to reject this and any application which will allow McLean to use its property. It may be noted that the core opposition is 17 homeowners whose properties directly bound the application site. However, there are no violations or even proximate violations of any setback requirements as might be required in this zone for houses proximate next to each other. Some neighbors were cogent and respectful. Many were not. In fact, the record reflects that one neighbor argued that the Inland Wetland Watercourses Commission should reject this application because they are from Simsbury, and you, the commissioners, are from Simsbury, and McLean is not Simsbury. That's what they said. And they supported this assertion that none of the corporate officers are from Simsbury, even though McLean has 270 Simsbury residents. If and when these homes are completed, the neighborhood will be protected, and the neighbors can try to build back the relationship they once had with McLean for decades. As I said, we are appreciative of the process of the staff and the Inland Wetland Watercourses Commission, which has helped us to this decision. Tonight, McLean's presentation will include Tom Daly, our lead engineer, who will review the changes to the application, the significant changes to the application of all the upland review areas and direct wetlands activities. And Megan Raymond, a soil scientist, will respond to submissions and remark on the revisions. And we will hear from Lisa Clark, the president of McLean, who will affirm the commitment of McLean to all of the agreed revisions and conditions which reduce impacts and protect the wetlands and regulated areas. Again, we thank you very much. This has been a real tough one, and Tom Daly will come up and share his slides and information.
Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, wrong one.
Got multiple.
There we go. So, good evening. For the record, my name is Tom Daly. I'm a professional engineer with the firm of SLR Consulting. Per the chair's comments, our goal tonight is to talk about new information. As part of the last application, the commission asked us to assemble a revised set of plans that kind of brought together everything we've presented to you to date. That submission was made last week per the deadline that you asked for. In addition to that, there was a drainage calculations and then some responses to comments. And so majority of those plans are the same ones you've seen before, but we have made some significant changes in clearly from an engineering standpoint, 1 point. If you recall, the first application or the first presentation we came to you, we were proposing a 3-foot high by 6-foot box culvert, 4-sided box culvert, and we were embedded the culvert into the stream, into the soil to create a natural stream bed. Through iterations of discussions with this commission, responding to comments that were received from other parties, at the last meeting we presented to you an 18-foot wide, 3-sided, essentially a clear span culvert. So it was 18 feet. There would be footings on the 2 sides and a clear span across the wetlands. Based upon comments and additional feedback we received at the last meeting, we actually went back to the manufacturer's data and just looked at what is the largest span they could provide in that product. And we found that the largest span they provide is 30 feet. So the plans have been revised to show a 30-foot span for both crossings. And you can see that we've shown here, that's what the original proposal was for you, which was the 4-sided 6 by 3 culvert. This is the new proposal, 30-foot wide span, and you can see on here, that's the limits of the wetlands. So the wetlands do have some variety of shape, but on this particular, on wetland crossing 1, we are completely spanning the wetlands. And what that resulted is, and I handed out, but that's a summary table to you. This will be actually part of Megan's presentation to you on other aspects, but you can see in there that I believe at the 18-foot wide culvert, we were about 1,600 square feet of wetland impact. With this revised, we've reduced that to 120 square feet. And ultimately, we reduced the direct wetland soil impact by over 90%. So, and that same 30-foot span is proposed for crossing number 2. And once again, so here was where we started. Last hearing, we were at 18 feet, and then this is a 30-foot span. And ultimately, what you do is you install the footings, and the 120-foot square feet of disturbance is we are estimating that if you come off the footing with a 1-to-1 slope, just because you have to excavate to build that footing, there is some temporary impacts or some wetland impacts into in some small areas. So as I said, that was the largest culvert that Old Castle provided in a clear span. And as you can see, even on this culvert, these are cross sections in the middle, and you can see here's the wetland, and the footings are located outside. So from a engineering standpoint, these are the largest culverts we can get from in this particular product. You can get to a wider culvert, but then it gets taller, and then our retaining walls get bigger, and the fill gets more. In addition to that, there was one commission comment that came about what was our plan on maintaining the meadow areas and whether we were going to use any pesticides or herbicides. As you know, we did submit as part of the record a integrated pest management plan that has been in place since 2010 when the villas were approved. McLean has been following that. But I would tell you that the intent of the meadow areas is to be no mow, no maintenance, no application of pesticides or herbicides. There'll be no management of mice or in those areas. They're left in their natural state. The integrated pest management plan will really be focused on the more ornamental landscaping around the homes and the small lawn areas. But there's no intent to use any of those, to do anything except for a mowing every once in a while to keep the woody vegetation down in the meadow area. Just as the existing meadow is maintained that way, we would expect the meadow areas, the new meadow areas we're proposing, to be maintained in the same way, but very low maintenance. That's really a double benefit. It really reduces McLean's overall costs in terms of maintaining, and it really creates the biodiversity and lets those meadows thrive. There was also some discussion about feasible and prudent alternatives, and clearly with the 30-foot span, we've gone to really, if you recall, we gave you a kind of a slide deck in terms of feasible and prudent alternatives for crossing those wetlands, and we've gone to what we believe is to be the most appropriate or the most feasible and prudent alternative by spanning those wetlands completely. But there has been some questions about the campus as a whole, and so this is a map that's been in the presentation since the beginning. North is pointing generally to the left, so we have, we have Great Pond Road here, we have Country Club, we have Hop Hollow, and down here is Hop Brook. And this gives you a little sense. So in this area is all the wetland areas are green. So on the north end of the site, there's very large wetlands. So here, this green area is all wetlands. There's additional wetland adjacent to Washburn. So there's a small envelope of non-wetland area, but as you can see, the size of it is not really appropriate for any development. In addition to that, if you come up the main entrance drive between the villas is another wetland corridor here. And also, we're showing wetlands here, but to the here, I think this is Teacher's Turn down here. There's actually an off-site wetland here. I believe this is town-owned open space here. So there's more wetlands here and actually a slope that comes down here. So this small sliver of land is once again not really appropriate for development. The front area adjacent to the main access drive, you're really straddling between two larger wetland areas. So this is not really buildable area of any substance. As you get to the central portion of the campus, that is already currently occupied by the existing buildings. We have the Goodrich here. We have other buildings here. So there's really not any area of substance in the middle. So from a feasible and prudent alternative, clearly, as we look to the southern portion of the site, is the most buildable area to fit the proposal there. So just want to give some context of by zooming out, sometimes we have to take a look at the feasible and prudent alternatives. And if you started this, and this is where we started when we did master planning, clearly the land to the south is most appropriate for the application that's before you this evening. In addition to that, I would ask the commission to take a look at, I understand the amount of materials and the amount of pages that are before this commission and in your packet throughout the process is big, and it's a lot of information. But I would ask this commission to take a look at a couple documents. One is you received a memorandum from the town of Simsbury, Adam Kessler, who is your deputy town engineer. There was a memo dated April 28th that's in your packet, and that memo primarily talks about storm drainage, erosion control, and phasing. And I really bring that to your attention because there's really two statements in there I'd ask the commission to really focus on. And one is it's under erosion control is the applicant has met the Connecticut DEP Soil and Erosion Control Manual of 2024. On the second page of the memo, under water quality, the statement is, this design achieves the water quality volume as defined in the Connecticut DEP Stormwater Quality Manual. In addition to that memo, there was made 5 recommendations that had to do with both water quality phasing and erosion control. And I would tell this commission, we've incorporated all those 5 recommendations into the plans that were submitted last week. They were good recommendations. I think they ultimately resulted in the plan being approved upon what, but that's generally how the process has gone. So I do appreciate the town's attentiveness and the thorough review of the application, but I would ask the commission to take a real close look at that memorandum. In addition to that, in the packet, you'll find back in April, Marie Bartels from our office is a senior geotechnical engineer. She is the one who has overseen all the geotechnical study that's on this property to date. And she provided a simple letter to this commission talking about how much soil testing she's done on site, including we did two borings at both sides of the wetland crossing. And her conclusion is that the results of the study indicate that soil and subsurface conditions on the site are suitable for construction. Our study has determined that only standard construction practices are required to proceed with the development. There are no unusual or extraordinary measures needed to complete the construction as proposed. Once again, you have probably hundreds and hundreds of pieces of documentation in your file, but I would ask the commission to take a close look at both of those documents. With that, I'm going to ask Megan Raymond to come up and walk you through some of the wetland items. Thank you. Do you need this?
Thanks. Which one is which?
This is just supposed to go
Advance,
forward.
yeah.
This might have a, no, it
Oh,
doesn't.
and then there's a pointer on
That's
that one.
me.
Oh, that's yours? Oh, thanks.
You want
Yeah, sure,
the
yes,
top
yeah.
button?
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Megan Raymond. I'm a professional wetland scientist, registered soil scientist, and certified floodplain manager with SLR, where I'm a principal scientist and wetlands and waterways lead. I'm going to go over a couple things that you have heard before, just because it is that time where we're summarizing this information. And some of the same points that we are discussing in these proceedings are appearing perennially in comment letters, and so I just wanted to provide a summary of pieces of information that have been submitted to date. One of the themes that we've seen throughout the comment letters have been the biological assessment, and I wanted to bring to your attention the actual point in your regulations, which you're all very familiar with, I'm sure, that calls out this statement, and it is in section 7. And I believe it's 7F, and within it, it says, within the application, once an application is deemed to be significant, these are the items that a commission would like to see. A description of the ecological communities and functions of the wetlands or watercourses involved with the application and effects of the proposed activity on these communities and wetland function. And then in parentheses, the IE biological assessment. We're very familiar with your town standards, with town regulations. We do a lot of work here as SLR and have been familiar with these documents and the requirements throughout. To address this, and we brought this up a little bit at the last hearing as well, there are over 8 documents, well, 8 documents total, but then including now we have public hearing testimony this evening. It began with the submission of the soil report back in January, the wetland impact assessment January 9th. There was a number of additional information letters, actually 4 additional information letters. Then we had Dennis Quinn's ecological response to the eastern box turtle. And all of these in concert constitute a documentation of the data collected, as well as the analytical, or it's more like quantitative analysis in terms of impacts that SLR provided throughout the application, and informed the application to come up with a plan that will not result in adverse impacts to the physical characteristics of the wetlands under your purview, which again are 4 wetland systems within the southern portion of the site that total about 1.85 acres on the 110-acre campus. So that's just a summary there. The other point that a couple other points that I'd like to bring out are just with the most recent REMA letter, because I think that there's some language in there that we just want to tie back to fact. And this is in the documentation or the letter that was submitted by REMA most recently. There are statements in here saying, and again, we're back to focusing on wetland aid, and specifically a little bit over 5,000 square feet, maybe 5,700 square feet area of wetland aid just south, about 300 feet south of that southern crossing. Looking at that area as unique, which it is a nice part of the wetland. We've never not said that the wetlands have function and are important on the site. And the whole plan, the whole content that we're talking about tonight and all the other hearings have been the steps that we've taken through the engineering design process to avoid impacts to these resources. So this statement just caught me as something that really deserves some attention. And it's the earthwork proposed in the watersheds contributing groundwater to wetland aid will drastically change infiltration and runoff characteristics. And that's just simply not true. The new surfaces are created using native material, and thus inherent soil texture and hydrologic soil group will not change. The areas requiring compaction, such as the buildings and the roadways, these areas are assumed to have no infiltration to underlying soils. And the actual it's a very small area of impervious, 0.07 is draining directly to wetland aid. And then you have a larger watershed that we've talked about before, constituting the homes, few homes, I believe 11, as well as portions of the roadway within a 25-acre watershed. So it's not as though just moving the soil in the wetland 8 watershed is going to inherently change the runoff characteristics. There's still a great deal of pervious surface within this watershed that's going to allow for natural infiltration and absorption and maintain that base flow to all portions of wetland 8, not just the southern portion. Similarly, a significant portion of wetland 8 will experience adverse physical impacts through a diminution of existing hydrology, and that is also simply not true. And that's based on the total watershed to wetland 8, the proposed impervious area within the project, and the stormwater management plan. And all of these combined have been taken holistically and designed to avoid adverse impacts to wetland 8. That's one of the things that we've talked about, that Tom and I talk about as these site plans are developed, is to look at the contributing hydrology to the important wetlands, which are all the wetlands on the site, and ensuring that we're not having adverse impact to wetlands. We've had field testing that have confirmed infiltration rates that have far exceeded design assumptions, and also best management practice throughout will minimize the introduction of total suspended solids within the wetlands through the construction process. And this is just a picture of that larger 25-acre watershed with some colors as to the impervious, and then noting that all the structures, save the roadway crossings, are located outside of the 100-foot upland review area to the entire wetland corridor along its length. And looking at those holistically, we are not seeing a significant modification, and you will not see it on the ground post-construction, to these characteristics within wetland 8. The other thing I'd like to point out is the upland review area activity comparison. If we don't need to walk down every line, but I just want to point out that looking at every metric of the project, the total disturbed area, the upland review, the work within the wetlands themselves, the enhancement and so forth, every component that is under your regulation has been minimized to the maximum extent practicable. And I do think that that is a real benefit of proceedings like this, even though they're very challenging for you all. And we definitely thank you for your attention to these matters, and specifically looking at the details. But they've resulted in great changes to the site plan that have now resulted in the formulation of a project that has that has avoided adverse impact, mitigated through wetland enhancement, and represents the most prudent and feasible alternative for the project. And before I turn to Lisa, there's just one more thing I'd like to point out on the biological assessment, because it's something that actually came in today. And I'm not sure how it came in. I think it came in through an abutter or one of the interveners. And it was an example of a biological assessment that was sent to the town planner,
which I'm familiar with the project that it came in under, and it was a siting council submittal. It was not an inland wetlands, it was not an inland wetland application. And I'd like to say that specifically that report is quite similar to, and not at all actually dissimilar to the wetland impact assessment that we provide to many towns throughout the state, save the section on the breeding birds. And understanding the limited purview that the inland wetlands have as it relates to wildlife, my team has fully assessed potential impacts to wildlife in wetlands, as well as looking at fully assessed potential adverse impacts to physical characteristics in the wetland, and all of the attributes of the site plan as it relates to engineering design, actual geometry, the nature of the wetland, the hydrology, all of these looking together result in a site plan that will avoid adverse impacts to these areas. And I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Clark of McLean. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Lisa Clark McLean, President. I know you know our address. I can't thank you enough for hearing our team, and I guess I wanted to speak tonight from my viewpoint and the trustees' viewpoint, that all of these changes and recommendations that have come forward through your comments and through the iterative process that we've been taking, we take very seriously. We always have at McLean. We are stewards of the environment, and we are stewards of the campus to help flourish the lives of those that live there. And we are committed to expanding our campus because of the need for services such as ours. I know you saw my letter May 1st, and I think it is important to note that whether it's pre-construction or post-construction, we are committed to all of the things regarding the wetlands. And I know we've talked about things that are outside of the wetlands, but I think it's worth mentioning. The dark sky lighting is really important to us. Making sure that we're paying attention to the pesticide plan, the management plan of that. We are very committed to that, as well as snow removal and de-icing. There's things that we've talked about in the past. I just felt it was important to sort of bring them all together to make sure that you heard that. Our board chair is also very confident in all of this. I have 100% support from the entire board, as well as our leadership, to continue to follow these plans and any additional recommendations you have. So if you have any questions of me, I'm happy to respond. Thank you. I'd like to hand it over to TJ.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At this time, we've completed what we'd like to present to you tonight, and we'd like to reserve final comment as is your typical rule. Thank you.
And the intervener?
Good evening. My name's John Parks. I'm here on behalf of several interveners as well as several neighbors. So at the first meeting, I handed out copies of our compliance with a regulation in a yellow folder. And reading through your regulation, I could see that certain sections use language like the applicant shall and required items. This type of language is referred to as mandatory language. When mandatory language is used, it involves something that must be done. It's not optional, and neither the applicant nor the commission can ignore mandatory language. And I noted the mandatory items, compared them to what had been submitted to that date, to the date I supplied the compliance. And the reason I did that is that this commission's authority to approve or deny this application depends upon the applicant's compliance with the regulations, especially those that are mandatory. I'm going to give you 6 sections. So this was 40 pages. I'm going to give you 6 sections that are crucial and will determine the future of this proceeding. 7.3, 7.5, 7.6, 10.3, 10.4, and 10.6. I'll address those, and they all contain mandatory language which has not been complied with. One of the mandatory items, and I'm so happy that Megan talked about the biological assessment, because according to your regulation, there is no biological assessment that's been submitted. You can't, after you realize it, find 8 things that talk about biology, ask the board to put them together to figure out how they relate to one another and how they comply with a mandatory section that says the applicant has to provide that. Not, here's 8 things, figure out how it applies to your biological assessment requirement. The burden starts and is always on the applicant. It can't be shifted to the commission. And now that I see Mr. Haldeman, it can't be shifted to the interveners. There is no burden on the interveners. I know, and I love actually, the emails that were sent asking questions. And they show me that you are working hard and trying to get your hands around this. And it's the applicant's responsibility and burden to clear all that up. Even if you had decided on the independent expert, that would still not shift the burden from the applicant. It would give you another source of information, but it still rests on the applicant. So if there's compliance, this application must be approved. If there is not compliance, it must be denied. And if it's incomplete, the commission has 2 options. The applicant can withdraw, which is what I would recommend them to do, or the commission shall deny the application, which unfortunately, if they don't withdraw, that's where you'll be. So let's start with the biological assessment. Again, we know it's required. Attorney Williams is still arguing in his memo that it's not a significant impact. Clearly, you already decided that. I don't know why he's arguing that, but so the biological assessment is required. We gave you a sample, one of the interveners gave you a sample of what a real biological assessment looks like, and it takes some information that's contained in those 8 unrelated items, but then it analyzes them. So here's the thing. Here's your smoking gun, okay? We heard nothing about biological assessment until we brought it up. Then we see Mr. Quinn, and Mr. Quinn knows a lot about turtles and educated all of us on turtles. However, that's one species, okay? And then the neighborhood gets a letter from McLean. It's been added to your record. And it says, we've hired Mr. Quinn, and over the next 5 months, Mr. Quinn is going to study the turtles. Well, the first step in a biological assessment, which that admits is not done, is you must inventory the ecological species on the site, because you can't tell how they're going to be affected, and you can't propose measures to accommodate them when you don't know what they are. And that's the first major omission in this application, and because it's required, and I'll read your section, which Megan read part of, because it's required, you've got an incomplete application. So how many turtles are out there? What do they eat? What other animals out there live with the turtles? What other species don't we know about? Good questions. Good question. So here's your regulation. It's section 7.6, and the first subsection, which Megan did put on the screen, is the section D, which is about the inventorying of species, which has not been done. And section D says a description of the ecological communities. Not you hire Mr. Quinn to count turtles, all of the ecological communities and functions of the wetlands and watercourses involved in the application. And the part that McLean wants you to figure out yourself by adding up 8 reports and figuring out how they work together is, and the effects of the proposed activities on these communities. How are you supposed to figure that out? The applicant bears the burden of complying with this. So what are the ecological communities? How do these proposed activities affect these communities? We need to hear that. We need to know that. It's a requirement. And the wetlands functions. So that's part of the biological assessment. That's just taking the inventory. Then your regulation goes on in subsection E, again, 7.6 subsection E, requires a description of how the applicant will change, diminish, or enhance the ecological communities. How's he going to do that? Well, we don't know what they are. It's part of the feasible and prudent alternative. You have to know what it is in order to know how your alternative, how you're going to change, diminish, or enhance these ecological communities. The functions of the wetlands and watercourses involved in the application, and each alternative which would cause less or no environmental impact to the watercourses, and a description of why each alternative was considered and deemed and was deemed neither feasible or imprudent. Where's that? Who's going to do that? Applicant was supposed to, we'll hire Mr. Quinn in the 11th hour, and he may be done by the fall. We're running out of time. This is going to be closed tonight. What are you supposed to do? You can't make that decision. You don't know this information yet. There's an admission by the applicant. I didn't do it. I've hired somebody. He'll get it done for you by the fall. But oh, by the way, can you approve it now, incomplete? Read section 7.3. Incomplete applications must, there's some mandatory language for you, must be withdrawn or denied. Mr. Quinn, after the application is withdrawn, work your tail off out there. Inventory all the turtles. Inventory all the other species. Come back to us late this fall or early this winter so that we know what they are, so now we can figure out what the function of those things are, how they relate to one another, what the impact of the development is going to be. Now we're in a position, got a complete application. Probably be approved. Might be approved. But at least you'll have enough information that you can decide. You don't have the authority to act on an incomplete application, which is exactly what you're being asked to do tonight. Take a look at that feasible and prudent alternative that was submitted. I don't care if it was to the siting council or to another board. It was 40 pages. It takes all that information. It compares and contrasts it. It utilizes that information. It gives you something. Now, as far as the feasible and prudent alternatives, required mandatory, both state statute and your regulation. 7.5 makes clear the applicant shall include feasible and prudent alternatives in writing and on maps and site plans, mandatory. It doesn't say, oh, let's consider our revisions that we made after you pointed it out. Let's call that our feasible and prudent alternative. No. You have to show what your alternative is, and then you have to say, and 7.5G requires, the alternatives considered and subsequently rejected by the applicant, and in writing, why the alternative set forth in the application was chosen. All such alternatives shall be diagrammed on a site plan or drawing. Where's that? Not in your record. Guess what? You have to decide this on the record before you, not on what may be coming, because we're at the end of the road here. It's all mandatory. So, like the biological assessment, where are the site plans for all the alternatives that were considered and rejected? Not in this record. Where is the written explanation as to why they weren't chosen? Not here. Here's why these two missing mandatory items are so important. And by the way, either one of them is enough. If I just said the biological assessment, that's enough. But I'm going on to the feasible and prudent alternative, because guess what? The biological assessment dovetails into the feasible and prudent alternative, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. Section 10.3 says, if the commission finds the proposed activities have a significant impact on wetlands or watercourses, which was already done, a permit shall not be issued, again, mandatory, unless the commission finds on the basis of the record, the incomplete record, that a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist. This biological assessment section, 7E, also ties in the feasible and prudent alternative. Because you can't, a permit is not issued unless the commission finds on the basis of the record that there's a feasible and prudent alternative that does not exist. So we come down to the burden, okay? So the burden of feasible and prudent alternative, demonstrating and proving it, is on the commission, not the intervener or the expert. And for everything else, the burden is on the applicant. The burden for the biological assessment, it's on the applicant. So we come back down to the incomplete application. So we have mandatory requirements not complied with, and then the last mandatory requirement added on to all the prior mandatory requirements is the incomplete application must be withdrawn or denied. And that's where we are. Thank you very much.
Oops. Okay. You can all hear me? Great. George Logan for the record, REMA Ecological Services, professional wetland scientist, senior ecologist. I really want to commend this commission. You've been extremely patient. There's a lot of stuff that's being thrown at you. I know that because I'm more often than not on their side or doing third-party reviews for towns. So there's a lot to digest, and what I want to do is I want to try to help you sort of parse and get through maybe a little bit of fog as to what a biological assessment is. I have 38 years of experience of doing biological assessments of various sorts. And before I get into that, I want to tell you that I did submit a report. You got that on May 5th. I'll go through a little bit of that because I think I don't want to be too much repetitive. But I do want to highlight one thing, which I thought I'd get out of the way first. You can probably tell that I'm very passionate about biology, and in this particular case, about the turtle population. There's no surprise there. I'm trying to stay objective, but I can tell you, I'm sorry, I can tell you that even though I am a wildlife biologist by training and certification, I'm not calling myself a herpetologist, I'm more of a generalist. So I look at herpetology, I look at avian biology, mammal biology, invertebrate biology. I'm sort of a generalist. So what I did is I reached out to one of my colleagues from Oxbow Associates, and I did submit the report. And this is something that they're doing for me. And they submitted the report, they submitted their resumes, and you can see they're very well qualified. And I just wanted to just highlight a few things from some of the last paragraph, which I think kind of frames a little bit about what we're talking here. And so in general, they look at Mr. Quinn's recommendations and what he wants to do, and they applaud it, and so do I. And the final paragraph reads, in OA's, Oxbow Associates' opinion, the selection of mortality avoidance elements referenced in the Quinn ecological letter are conceptually adequate, but they cannot be finalized until more information is collected on habitat use by the turtles. However, until these protection measures are finalized, reviewed, and approved by the appropriate regulatory authorities, the Commission should rely on a third-party expert to review and guidance during the approval process, because this is very specialized work. Furthermore, based on our experience, when work is proposed during the turtle's active period and exclusion barriers are inconsequently repaired, or when equipment operators are inactive, conflicts between construction activities and turtles can occur, even with a comprehensive protection plan. Been there, done that. And then the final thing, local and state regulatory authorities have a responsibility to ensure the approved protection plans are comprehensive, implemented properly, and documented. OA expects that the ongoing turtle study will provide valuable information, and the plan material the Commission is reviewing will likely be revised to accommodate the protection of the eastern box turtle population. This is the conundrum, right? 5 months we'll be waiting, which will likely result in revisions to the plan, in stormwater, in configurations, et cetera, which will affect the entire application. Again, the cart before the horse. Now, regarding biological assessments. So my plan is to try to assist the Commission a little bit to see what's necessary, which was not done, and how SLR has tried, I believe, however, unsuccessfully, to catch up and provide more data and claim that they have met the standards for this project, which in my opinion they have not. So several things can be said. We have shown, REMA, myself and my colleague Sigrid Gadwa, that their wetland functions and values assessment was inadequate, and still is inadequate, even claiming, which they still do, that none of the site's wetlands, including wetland 8 particularly, support wildlife habitat as a principal function or a primary function. But how could they possibly claim that when they have not properly inventoried the wetlands? Number 2, they have claimed that they only have to inventory those portions of the wetlands that could be impacted. And so they have provided additional information for the crossings and surrounding area, while at the same time saying that they do not dispute some of the inventory that we did in our really brief time that we have out there at the site, limited as it was. But that's not the standard. The regulations do not say only do biological assessments of the areas to be impacted, such as by a roadway crossing. For this site, they should have done an inventory several times during the growing season, since different observations can be made on vegetation and wildlife during early, mid, and late growing season. For instance, sedges, the diversity of sedges cannot be identified early in the season. Neither can goldenrods or asters. These are all parts of the habitat that a biological inventory will bring about. And of course, spring ephemeral herbs, well, there's a very narrow window by which you can see them. And all these species can tell you a story of the sensitivity, the ecological integrity of a system. And all such observations should have informed the functions and values of the wetlands. So when I do this kind of work, and I understand that there are wetlands and there are wetlands and there are projects and there are projects, and they're all different. And sometimes we go out in the field and we see a wetland like, yeah, ho-hum, okay, this, that, or the other thing. And that's the end of it. In this particular case, if you did the inventory and the biological assessment during the proper time of the year, that would inform you of what potentially additional studies and times you would have to be out there. That would have informed the functions and values of the wetlands, and also proper assessment of impacts, not just at the crossings, which were also guide mitigation practices. They had that opportunity last year, but did not take advantage of it, and their observations were very limited and narrow, off-season or early in the season, lately. Number 4, as mentioned in our latest report, a biological assessment of wetlands would at a minimum include the following characterizations. A, description and mapping of soil types and drainage classes. Where the poorly and very poorly drained soils? There are very poorly drained soils in wetland 8. That was not initially understood. That category was missed. B, description of the hydrologic regimes, including duration of saturation and seasonal flooding. Well, if you're out there once, you can't tell that. You have to do it several times during the growing season, so what was done was inadequate. C, a robust inventory of flora during the growing season, including structure, density, distribution, and abundance. Also abundance, distribution, and diversity of mosses. Not done. D, inventory of wildlife through the season. Its intensity would have been determined based on the previous A, B, and C that I just mentioned. Not done. Even during our brief involvement, we produced sightings of important and keystone species for the site, such as woodcock, what we talked about in wetland 8, and of course the eastern box turtle. Based on all of the above, for a site such as this one, that has significant habitats, including a maintained open meadow that has really been untouched for 100+ years, potential and probable wildlife species would have been listed, such as savanna sparrow and brown thrasher, and none of this was done. Again, depending on what you see during your first visit, during the growing season, that informs you what else you need to do. And at some point you say, well, maybe we should do some water quality sampling to see what's going on with this wetlands. In conclusion, in our professional opinion, SLR has failed to meet the necessary standards for biological assessment in a wetland functions and values assessment of the site and its wetlands. Their approach has been inadequate, focusing only on areas of direct impacts rather than conducting comprehensive seasonal inventories for the full extent of the regulated resources. This oversight, in my opinion, has led to an incomplete data and improper assessments. Proper characterization of soil types, hydrologic regimes, flora, and wildlife is essential for accurate evaluation and mitigation planning, none of which has been satisfactorily performed by SLR. Consequently, the site's ecological integrity and effects upon the regulated resources have not been appropriately assessed. Now, one of the things that I noted in my report, and again, I'm not going to go into any great lengths, I just ask you to read it. We responded to some of her comments in her review of us, trying to add a little clarification. So we did that in my section 1 of the report. Again, not going to go point by point, only again to say that I don't think that there's been proper assessment of wildlife habitat. So what I've done, and this is already in the record, I've just highlighted it, so there's nothing new. So I will. You're good? All right.
You can give it to the chairman. Thank you.
You can have one later. Again, we've been using this methodology to assess functions and values for a long time. It's the standard methodology that just about everyone uses. We use some other ones once in a while. And these pages, what I've highlighted is wildlife habitat, and the ones that are blue is one thing, but the ones that are in the other color, this beige, I guess, 4, 5, 6, and 7 basically look at how the surrounding environment affects the wetland environment and as far as its function. So you look at uplands surrounding the wetland, if it's undeveloped. You look at more than 40% of this wetland edge is bordered by upland wildlife habitat, et cetera. So you can read that. The final thing I want to talk about, which we've been dancing around it, and I still don't have a definitive answer from the applicant, and that has to do impacts to wetland hydrology. I was a little surprised, knowing Mr. Williams and having worked with him many times before, that he recognized the direct impacts being you filling a wetland, your primary disturbance, even if it's temporary, that the only other category of potential physical impacts that he talked about was to water quality. I'll let Steve talk about that more so, since it has to do with engineering also. But one thing that was missed in the memo by Mr. Williams was that impacts to hydrology is also physical impact. And it can have a tremendous impact on a wetland. And I could go through several categories of what diminution of hydrology to the wetland will do, such as, now you have encroachment of invasive species, you lose microhabitat of the saturated, so certain animals go bye-byes. But here's another thing, denitrification. So denitrification is something that wetlands do, which they take nutrients that come, especially nitrogen, obviously, that comes in from the surrounding developed environment. And because you have the presence of water for a prolonged period of time in organics, and I can give you many, many references if you want. I have them here, but I don't want to submit anything new to the record. What denitrification does, it attenuates basically the nitrogen that it receives and turns it into atmospheric gas, so it doesn't have an impact. Now, if you deny that hydrology to this prolonged saturation, you basically reduce the ability of the wetland to denitrify nitrogen that it receives from its watershed. And that means what's downgrading, not only the wetland, but what's downgrading gets impacted. Okay. So hydrology. I remember very distinctly, and you may remember also, that during the April 1st, I believe, hearing, I made, it was, I think, my first time that I talked about watershed number 44 and how that watershed is the one that produces the hydrology for that portion of, not the entire, but that portion of wetland 8 that's kind of flat. It's not associated directly with the brook, which is kind of incised, and it takes a lot of the water from the larger watershed and just it goes through. But that portion, which is, I guess, if you looking at the map, is the upper portion. You have a steep slope that comes up. That's where the groundwater comes, and that's what produces for this prolonged saturation. And what I did, I explained that the only way that you can probably figure out what's going on there is with a water budget analysis. The reason for that is because, you know, many claims can be made about what's going to happen in the watershed as far as compaction, as far as whether they're native soils that are used, and all that. We know that there's some excavation and there's some filling that's going on, so there's a lot of earthwork and changes of surface flows and of infiltration no matter what you do. But the only way to figure that out is with a water budget analysis. And the reason for that is because if you're using a stormwater modeling such as Tier 20 or Tier 55, that doesn't do as good a job because you could model it for a 1-year storm, 2-year storm, but what happens for anything that's smaller than the 1-year storm? 80% or so of the water that falls from the sky is below that 1-year storm, or even more, 90%. So water budget analysis is something that I recommended, and it has not been done, not been provided. So there's no real way to know if what they're saying is true. So what SLR tried to do is to circumvent a water budget analysis by turning first. The thing they did is yard drains into dry wells to, quote, promote infiltration. Yet again, they have not provided data to show that under the proposed conditions, these dry wells will have the desired result of infiltration. And in fact, SLR repeatedly states regarding these dry wells that, quote, no credit for infiltration is included in stormwater models as a conservative measure for sizing the basins. Why? Why? Well, they don't know. They have no clue. So, okay, we'll do a conservative thing. And SLR pivots to say that no calculations are provided by the interveners to support this claim. I don't think this logic stands, and they have a responsibility, like was explained, and they haven't done that. So, again, to not go on and on, it's my view, first of all, that they don't have a proper biological assessment, and they're trying to get to it, but it's a little late for them to do it. And number two, I believe sincerely, my professional opinion, that wetland 8 will see a hydrological impact that's adverse, that will change the character of the wetland. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Steve Trinkus, professional engineer, representing the interveners. Could I just ask if it's possible just to turn the screen off? Yeah. Thank you. So we received the applicant's, plans from May 1st and reviewed them. The Stormwater Quality Manual is not a manual. DEP uses a language right in their first paragraph. It's a guidance document. It is designed to supplement rather than supplant professional judgment. Under our licenses as professional engineers, our obligation is public health, safety, welfare, not to a client, not to a project, to that overarching goal for everything we do. And if we can't do that, quite honestly, we should tell our client that we can't do something on a project and, either do it the right way or, quite honestly, walk away, which I have done several times in my life. So in looking at these plans, again, the focus is on water quality. We've heard multiple times from SLR that, well, we're providing the water quality volume in the basin. Thus, according to the manual, all the pollutant removals the DEP wants will be achieved. Last week, I took a ride up to my alma mater, University of New Hampshire, and met with Jamie Houle, the director of the Stormwater Center, for a couple hours. And I specifically asked him about that language. And Jamie said, yes and no. He goes, there's a lot more research that needs to be done to understand if that is really a valid approach. And in this particular case, the applicant has revised these basins from original infiltration basins, because they would not infiltrate in the glacial tills, to dry detention basins. So I want to just take a couple minutes and actually read what the manual says on dry detention basins. Extended detention basins, also called dry ponds or detention basins, are stormwater basins designed to capture, temporarily hold, and gradually release a volume of stormwater runoff to attenuate and delay stormwater runoff peaks. Dry extended basins are typically designed as online systems, provide stormwater quantity control, but limited water quality benefit. The primary outlet of a structure of a dry extended detention basin is located at the bottom of the basin and sized to limit the maximum flow rate from the basin. Well, first off, the applicant has an elevated outlet pipe to hold the water quality volume, so they're not in compliance with the design specs for this. They're designed to drain completely between storms. Well, if your outlet pipe is a foot above the bottom of the basin, it's never going to drain completely between storms, because you're always going to have water in there. It further goes on to say, and I highlight this in my letter, that do not reduce runoff volumes, cannot be used to meet standard 1 retention or treatment performance criterion of this manual. So right off the bat, the applicant has chosen a practice that does a poor water quality job. Now, DEP in this manual, or I guess maybe going back to Fuss and O'Neill, who was the author of the manual for DEP, for an extended dry detention basin, it has the following pollutant removal ratings. Sediment is moderate, phosphorus low, nitrogen low, bacteria low. So if the basin is incapable of reducing pollutant loads, quite honestly, it doesn't matter how much water the basin holds. It is incapable of reducing the pollutant loads. DEP wants a 90% reduction in TSS. You're not going to get there with a moderate rating. Now, there are no numeric standards in the manual for this, and I'm not sure what is a moderate rating. There is also a high rating, which I would assume is probably north of 80%, 80 to 90% in other practices. So the idea of simply holding the volume and meeting the DEP criteria is completely false. The basin can never meet those standards. We provided the last meeting the pollutant loading analysis, which I also kept in this report, which simply shows that between the basins, the online separator, you're going to be at roughly 38% TSS removal. That's far cry from 90. You're about 10% phosphorus. I believe phosphorus is 40 or 50%, and I think nitrogen is roughly the same. And nitrogen is 20%. So you're nowhere close to what the DEP wants these basins to be able to do. So there will be increased pollutant loads, as we previously stated, that will be discharged from the 2 major basins here and will ultimately get into Hop Meadow Brook. Water quality impacts from stormwater do not occur instantaneously. They occur over time, and phosphorus, particularly in a cold water system, it comes in particulate form and it comes in soluble form. And soluble form is readily able to be taken up by aquatic plants, particularly algae. So if Hop Meadow Brook has deep pools in it or it goes into a pond, over time the phosphorus levels will increase and you will start seeing increased algae. You'll see increased invasive vegetation because, basically we're providing a food source for it. Regarding the compaction of the soils, I came across this about 10 years ago at a conference, and I was actually very curious about it because I probably did the same thing the applicant did before this. That if I had a Class B soil under pre-development conditions, it was a Class B soil in the post-development conditions. I was intrigued by it, and what I actually did, maybe because both my parents were science teachers, my father still had some chemical tubes and things, so I took 2 graduated cylinders, and in one time doing test pits, I had nice sandy loam soil, really bright orange sandy loam soil, so I pushed the tube into the sidewall and filled it up to a certain point of sandy loam. Took the second tube, did the same. So then just put them on the ground and took out a little bit, so I had a couple inches for water. I just started pouring water into one of them, which was natural soil. And the water infiltrated through the soil. You could see the wetting front through the glass tube, till ultimately the entire soil column was saturated. The second tube, I took a dowel and I basically compacted it within this inch and a half glass tube, and then put water in it. Did the water ever move through the soil? No, it simply sat on top of the soil column because the soil porosity was so reduced by compacting it, the water couldn't get into the soil. This is what is happening when we grade these sites. It may be lawn, it doesn't act like an infiltration practice. And furthermore, in the solar guidelines of DEP promulgated back in 2020, it's clearly stated on these large ground-mounted arrays that cutting and filling the soil or even running equipment over them, you have to adjust the soil class downward to account for the compaction by the movement of construction vehicles over it. The applicant basically said, well, this isn't a solar array. And my response is, yeah, it's not. I'm simply pointing out that, compaction of soils occurs on a solar array, it occurs on construction sites. It doesn't matter what the land use is. Furthermore, I cited the Ohio manual from Ohio, which actually calls out natural soil classes for every soil that exists in the state of Ohio, and it actually provides the reduction in the hydrologic soil group number if you cut and fill them. So they've gone a step further. They've actually told the engineers, if you have a B soil and you're cutting and filling it, it's a C or it's a D, depending on the degree of excavation and filling. So the applicant cites, well, there's nothing in NRCS data, blah, blah, blah. The reality is this is what occurs. This is why I will tell you on a lot of these large ground-mounted solar arrays, there was one in Waterford, Connecticut, and this is a very good case in point. DEEP required them to grade the site, seed it for 2 growing seasons before they ever installed any panels. Hurricane Ida came through and dropped 5 inches of rain in Waterford, Connecticut. There wasn't a solar panel on the site. There were some dirt roads, but other than that, a marginal grass crop, quite honestly. And 4 out of the 5 stormwater basins blew apart. Because the soils were so compact, no infiltration could occur. And that was 5 inches of rain with no impervious cover. So that's a verification of the impacts of compacted soils on runoff. The developed area proposed here has some significant cuts and fills, and these areas, contrary to Megan Raymond, are not going to infiltrate water like the natural meadow or woodlands will. The applicant did do infiltration tests in the 2 basins. I believe they said they're about 3 feet deep. One of them, they're below the bottom of the basin, but these basins are on a slope, and in some cases, the infiltration test was done on the lower end of the basin, where the upper end is much deeper into the glacial till. The manual or guidance document, whatever we want to call it, says you have to do them at or below the bottom of the basins. And in several cases in these 2 basins, that criteria is not met. We also now have stone infiltration trenches in the center of these 2 basins. These extend down about 3 feet below the bottom of the basin. So these will clearly be in the glacial till layer. It's stated that they're going to infiltrate. Well, there's no testing, 3 feet below the bottom of the stone trenches or even deeper in the till to prove that they will infiltrate. I will tell you what will happen. They will likely fill up with water, and that's what they'll do. They'll just sit there. It'll be a gravel trench in the bottom, simply full of water, and you're not going to get any infiltration through it. So again, they did what we call a drawdown analysis. I really oppose the use of the term drawdown analysis because when we model stormwater basins that infiltration is a component, you model them with primarily the program HydroCAD, which you can put in an infiltration rate, they call it exfiltration rate, into the model because in a model, rainfall doesn't really, create runoff until about 11 hours in most storm events under TR 55, and then it peaks and comes down. Well, as water goes into the basin, you do get infiltration occurring. It's a dynamic system. The drawdown calculation, which came out of the Greenwich Manual, I believe, assumes that you have a full basin at constant infiltration rate, and therefore you basically divide your volume by your permeability rate, and you get how many hours it'll drain down. That's not how it works, because these basins may never get full. You might have a storm that only puts 3 inches of water in it, but they're dynamic. Infiltration occurs, slowly at first because it's dry, but as the wetting front moves into the soil, then it begins to draw water down. So these are dynamic systems. They're not a static type of system. So, in conclusion, one other comment, that, we noted, or Mr. Daly stated that, there's the integrated pest management plans for McLean already. Well, those are from 2010 for the development, I assume, on their main campus, which is more, in my opinion, more apartment style type buildings, bigger buildings. Those are 15 years old at this point in time. This project is a different animal. This is, duplex housing with some lawns, lots of landscaping, the meadows. You quite honestly need a current integrated pest management plan for this particular site, which you don't have. To depend on something 15 years old when the land use is not the same is just not the appropriate way to do it. The bottom line is, and I've said this before, there is going to be increased pollutant loads that will affect water quality in the receiving wetlands and streams, and that will, cause over time adverse water quality impacts. The last comment I would make is, we heard Mr. Daly talk about, the improvements to all the crossings, et cetera. Well, quite honestly, if it wasn't, I think, for a lot of the commission questions and quite honestly, the interveners raising these issues, you would still be looking at the plan with box culverts. If the applicant wanted an environmentally sensitive plan, my question, basically, and I'll leave it hanging here, is why weren't these bottomless culverts proposed in the first place? Why were you proposing putting in structures in the middle of the stream, filling the wetlands, when there were alternatives to completely avoid the impacts? And I think that's an important point, that if nobody showed up to question some of the things that have been going on here, that's probably what you would be voting on tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Christy Bunn. My husband and I have lived in Simsbury since 2002. We currently reside at Hop Hollow and are abutters to this proposed building project. We are not a corporation. We are neighbors. Like you, we've attended these hearings and listened to a lot of presentations and testimony, and we've read copious amounts of documents that have been submitted to the record. But even as of this moment, McLean has not met their requirement and responsibility to analyze and document alternative sites on their campus that would potentially be less harmful to wetlands and nearby watercourses. As our attorney, John Parks, has clearly explained tonight, they have failed to provide in writing, as required by the statutes and regulations, why other locations are not feasible and prudent. Last time we met, John Parks read Section 1 of your regulations to help us understand your role. And it bears repeating. Section 1 explains that the wetlands and watercourses are an indispensable, irreplaceable natural resource, and that it is completely within your authority and responsibility to determine how and if an application complies with the regulations. Also worth repeating, Section 1 also states the purpose behind these regulations, which is really important. It's to prevent and protect the wetlands and the watercourses because the statute says it's in the public interest and essential to the health and safety of wildlife as well as the citizens of the state. That's you and me. While some in this room may clearly want to diminish your role, you're in really good company because we've received some jabs from Attorney Donahue tonight. He's not happy with the interveners, and he's probably not happy with you. But regardless of that, Section 1 of your regulations clearly states how important and broad your authority is. And what do we know? We know that in January, when they submitted their application, in Section 3.4, they actually stated no alternative sites were considered. We also know that at every public hearing, the alternative site question has been raised by the public and your committee. But the applicant has not answered us. Tonight is the first time the applicant has attempted to address prudent and feasible alternatives by showing a map. That does not meet the requirements. That is not sufficient. I respectfully ask, why is the applicant so opposed to providing this required information? Why won't they consider moving some or all of the development off wetlands onto another part of their campus? This was actually asked in the March 20th meeting by a committee member. And to that, SLR Tom Daly said that the applicant had not talked to him about that. The McLeans hadn't talked to him about that. And Attorney Donahue had said that they weren't interested in doing that as they don't want to take a half step. Those are his words. It is their obligation to determine if there is, in fact, another option that would cause less impact to the wetlands and the environment. I want you to know something. You know, as we have had these conversations, it didn't start with the February hearing. We've all met with McLean's through different meetings that they've had, and I personally raised the alternative site question in a meeting that I had with Lisa Clark on January 13th. In that meeting, I held a map and I pointed to it and said, and I asked her specifically, what about here? What about here? What about here? Mrs. Clark gave me no direct response, but smiled and said that developing on the site was part of their master plan and that we should consider ourselves fortunate that they have not decided to build on the entire meadow. Her response echoes the conversations that we've had in this room and what the applicant has said to all of us. They're disregarding the process, the town of Simsbury, and the neighbors and the neighborhoods that abut this property. And all the while, we know that they've been aggressively marketing and collecting deposits for these luxury homes, not affordable homes, boasting meadow views and golf course views. And it's become clearer and clearer through the process that this project is less about serving and caring for seniors and more about developing land that will provide them with the best income stream. Even tonight, they're using this, trying to use the legacy of Senator McLean as a shield to hide behind, to try to push their incomplete application through this committee. And you know what? We don't fault them for wanting to build something that's profitable. We know they're in a debt situation, but it cannot be at the expense of the wetlands and watercourses. Like all of us who own land in Simsbury, the applicant is not entitled to build anything or anywhere on their property. And I believe that Senator McLean would have understood that. I believe Senator McLean would have understood that fulfilling the mission and protecting the land are not mutually exclusive. Let's uphold his good legacy by requiring this corporation that bears his name to comply with the town and state regulations to ensure that there are no alternative sites for this project on campus that would cause less impact to the wetlands. And I think the applicant will discover, like they did with the box turtle, that they will be able to find the alternative sites if they just look for them. For months, we have listened to the applicant trying to diminish the size and significance of this proposed project and minimize what they say you are allowed to do. And tonight, Mr. Donahue is trying to attack the integrity of the interveners. But we all know differently. We know that the meadow and these wetlands are not contained in a protective bubble. They coexist within a complex and fragile wetland system that's connected to a major watershed. While this project may not seem like a big deal to those who don't live here or don't have to live with the repercussions of this project, it matters greatly to the neighborhoods that are located between the proposed development and Hopbrook. It matters to us, just like it mattered to the neighbors of Washburn Lane. And because of that, the abutters and interveners once again respectfully request, on behalf of the land, that this committee exert your legal authority and responsibility and deny this incomplete application. We sincerely thank you for all the time, energy, and effort you have dedicated to reviewing this proposal.
Thank you. Are there any other interveners or public that would like to speak? And again, we're trying to cover new territory. Just
You mean you're not having fun tonight? Thank you. For the record, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Christopher Pelzar. My wife Leslie and I own 24 Schoolhouse Lane, which is an abutting property to the meadow. Before I begin, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an activist. I'm a business owner, parent, property owner, and voter in this town. And these are my observations about this process so far. I've been at every meeting. First of all, I want to make a comment. When I look around this room, in particular with the applicant, I don't think you've ever seen so many billable hours at a Wetlands Committee meeting before, okay? And by the way, in fairness, we have some of that too. I'm also a signer of the verified notice of intervention. I'll be the last intervener that will present. I lived in Simsbury for the better part, in and out, of around 50 years. My wife Leslie longer, 10 years longer, but she would hate me for saying that, and she's here, so I have to be careful with that. I'm sure I'll hear about that later. But I'm here tonight on behalf of a growing group of Simsbury residents who oppose this development that far surpasses the signature on the notice of intervention and/or the abutters, many more than the 17 that were referenced earlier. The texts, all the things that go around our whole neighborhood are pretty staggering. One of the benefits of this exercise, if there is one currently, is that I've met many people and neighbors whom I did not know. All of us are from different backgrounds and we have different ages, just like you are on this committee. This diversity has inspired in me and all of our neighbors a growing interest in our community, and is equally important, our view of how our local government works. The people who oppose this development are all residents of Simsbury. I have to say, and I think I speak for all of the opposition, that all of us who oppose this development generally, and I sincerely mean this, feel badly for all of you on this committee who have dedicated significant time with sincere patience, grace, and transparency. This town is fortunate to have such an involved committee making decisions on the future of our town. You've been elected to this committee to serve the interest of your neighbors and your community and to protect the wetlands and the environment. And we thank you all for your volunteer service. It is not taken very lightly. I'd like to know, does anybody want to serve on this committee after all this? It's tough. First, as you on this committee, we highly value open space and rich natural environment that Simsbury enjoys. Over the years, we've seen this being mitigated by outside developers that threaten this unique aspect of living in this town. You can only value and appreciate this if you live here and or if you've raised your family here. Second, in most cases, again, such as you on this committee, your home is both your single highest expense and your largest asset most people have in their lives. The residents that oppose this project for many varied reasons feel their properties and their enjoyment of this town will be forever negatively affected. In this instance, who does not want to protect their home and by extension their town? Third, as I had mentioned earlier, through this process, a lot of eyes have been opened to the way our town government operates and the process of how things are dealt with. Much of this changed in 2017 when the town voted to approve a structural change to the town management. As a result of this change, many obligations and authorities were transferred from elected officials to full-time hired town employees in executive roles. The idea on its surface seemed reasonable and acceptable, but in practice, it may have shielded elected officials in some cases by not having to make difficult and hard decisions which would be answerable to the voters. It made the process of development easier for outside developers, less transparency to the voters, as these executive employees have oversight authority and influence over elected boards such as this one tonight.
Actually, we're not elected, we're appointed.
Appointed. I stand corrected. I'd vote for you. I've referred to transparency, but what I really mean is the appearance of impropriety. The town of Simsbury's legislative intent in Chapter 13, the Ethics Code, refers to this. The proper operation of government requires that public officials and public employees be independent, impartial, responsible to the people, that government decisions and policies be made free from undue influence and in the proper channels of governmental structure. That governmental officials and employees strive to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. I'm going to reference several instances that raise this as a construct. To be clear, and I mean this sincerely, I am not accusing anyone of intentionally acting improperly whatsoever. However, via this process, it's concerning to us that the oversight authority of some of the town of Simsbury management officials bears a stronger resemblance to advocacy. Now, this may be commonplace. You may find this acceptable. But as homeowners and voters in Simsbury, this is what has raised the level of opposition and anger in some cases, as they are required to be, and I'll restate, independent, impartial, and responsible to the people under the Town Code of Ethics as referenced earlier. As a result of this, we believe we are not only fighting in opposition to the applicant in this development, but we're also in some cases fighting the town of Simsbury. An example. On April 2nd, 2025, I sent an email, an innocuous email to the town requesting the following. On behalf of the interveners, would you be so kind as to share all correspondence, written or otherwise, between the applicant and or its contractors or the town of Simsbury staff prior to and during this application process? I allowed 2 days to go by. I didn't get a reply. So 2 days later, I sent a follow-up. I've not received a reply from you in reference to this email I sent below. If you're declining to provide the information requested, or if you need more time to comply, please advise. To which 2 days later, I received a reply. Mr. Pelzer, yes, we've been sharing communication with the interveners as required from the applicant and the town staff to the commissioners. To which I replied, again on April 7th, so if I understand this correctly, no communications written or otherwise has taken place prior to the application. We have only been copied on written correspondence since the application started. Mr. Pelzer, you've been copied as interveners on the communication since the submission of the intervener application on March 20th, 2025.
And all this was in the letter that that was submitted, correct? That we received?
I believe so.
Yes.
On April 15th, one of the interveners requested and was granted a meeting with the town of Simsbury management. The intent was to humanize our group, get familiar with people. I mean, after all, we're all, you know.
No, I was in the interest of time, because we do want to get to questions for various, so if you could summarize.
Well, I have a bit more to go through.
Okay. You what? You have more?
Yes, I do. One of our interveners met with the town of Simsbury management, and the intent was to humanize our group and try to get some more undisclosed information. According to the intervener, he was met with a standoffish attitude, body language. It could best be described that the attitude was tolerant. When pressed for more disclosure and suggested that, of course, they must have met with the applicant and the contractors and consultants, the answer was not really, and that there were minor email exchanges. When pressed for if he could share those emails, he was told he would need to file a FOIA request. Freedom of information. This is a resident in town and a voter, treated like not very well. So we submitted the FOIA request, and of course we've submitted the FOIA to this committee. But the FOIA request that came was completely out of date, out of sequence, was missing headers, was missing attachments, was missing replied emails that obviously occurred. And in particular, a few observations. There were 283 emails. It's hardly a few emails back and forth, which he was told just a couple of weeks earlier. They're hardly minor email exchanges. So I say all this because I want to explain to you that there has been a very almost contentious relationship between the interveners and the town of Simsbury relative to this project. That, the applicant has not, if you read the emails and you read the FOIA request, it's very friendly. It's all first name basis. It's, hi, how you doing? Pretty much, once you come over for dinner type of thing. We have not enjoyed such treatment. And that, of course, has raised suspicion, doubt, fear, uncertainty, and anger, but I would say mostly significant disappointment in the town management. Advocacy and motivation. As the attorney for the applicant suggested about how much taxes they pay on their property, I feel that we have a right to address this to some degree. Because they had almost 7 months to prepare this. The meetings relating to this project, according to the FOIA documents that we did receive that we could find in this, started in September of 2024. That was 7 months before the interveners got involved in the first public hearing, roughly. For all I know, it could have started earlier. There were some very telling emails from the first select woman and the town manager interested in the property tax gains. In fact, this was in reference to a person, a citizen that wrote an email on McLean's proposed expansion and concerns about zoning, wetlands, wildlife habitat erosion, and flooding. Those emails were subsequently forwarded to the town management for development. The town manager stated that he walked the property, and we found this out in a question from the first selectman. First selectwoman wrote, I was wondering if all their stuff is taxed. So good if it is, a yes. Remember, this is in response to an email that was sent concerned about the environment, the wetlands, and everything else. Yet the only conversation that happened between town managers and the select woman was about taxes. The reply from the town manager said, I took a spin on a golf cart and toured the planned development area. This is one of several early discussions fueling my slight optimism about increasing the grand list growth taxes in 26, 27, and 28. But you're right, there will be angst. There will be angst. I wonder what was meant by this. What was known about this project that they thought there would be angst?
Unfortunately, this really doesn't apply to, I mean, I recognize your concerns, but it's not for the Conservation Commission or the...
Well, TJ Donahue, the attorney, made a lot of statements that are not concerning.
I know, and it makes for a very long meeting.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, I appreciate your comments, and I know that they were in the record.
I have one more thing I want to
Okay.
add.
All right, thank you.
And then I'll end. The first selectman wrote actually a very thoughtful email. She requested if open space would be involved. This response from town manager was, I see the reference to open space committee below. I see no scenario where they would play any role in the review process. The sincere, thoughtful question from the first selectman about whether open space had a role was quickly dismissed by town management. And again, relative to the FOIA request, we saw no responses back and forth relative to this. So I'll conclude with this, and I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. I won't go through the rest of this, but I would like the opportunity to maybe submit this in writing.
Yes, I think
Okay.
it is in our record.
Okay.
And I did-
Well, no, not all of this is not.
All right.
But I will be happy to
But-
submit it in writing.
But
At minimum, if you have any doubt whatsoever on this proposed impact to the wetlands, environment, open space, and wildlife, and the negative effects this has on the surrounding homes and neighborhoods in the community, if you simply cannot come to a conclusion, then you need to reject this plan. Many people and businesses and organizations believe falsely that there are only good and bad decisions to be made. In reality, that's seldom the case. More often, decisions come down to being between a bad decision or a worse one. As committee members, you may feel it's a bad decision to disagree with the applicant or the town manager in this case, but considering this is a permanent change to the open space that has existed for decades this way, it would be a worse decision if you're wrong. So, a permanent worse decision. One that all the property owners and the people that live and vote in Simsbury will have to live with. I want to thank you sincerely for your time. Hopefully this will be the last meeting for now. And we sincerely request that you reject this proposal. Thank you.
thank you, and thank you for your comments. All right.
Hi, good evening. Megan Raymond again. I just would like to say one, Attorney Williams is asking me to say one brief point, which is that I strongly disagree with the characterization of the documents submitted by SLR through the course of this proceeding. And I'd like to take a moment to just provide a little bit more specificity if the commission so desires as it relates to the location of the required information in the document submitted. For example, the soil report, the impact assessment report contains a soil report, which has the existing soil mapping and drainage classes. We have a full characterization of all the wetlands on the property, not just the wetlands that are located within the project area, which again are the 1.85 of the overall 13. We have the dominant vegetation classes within these wetlands, the impact assessment documents, the changes to these wetlands, both the crossing, the physical impacts of the crossing locations, the work in the upland review, and the potential impacts that may result as post-construction. We have never, as well, the April 11th letter bolsters that because this has become a topic. We've never said that our impact assessment and our functional characterization is only specific to the wetland crossing. That was just a point of the additional floristic inventory information where we documented the wetland conditions, the vegetation at the crossing locations, but the functional assessment is not just specific to the wetland crossings. The other point is that I disagree with Mr. Logan's characterization that wildlife habitat is a primary function of wetland aid. Through the course of this entire discussion, wetland-dependent wildlife have never been mentioned in these wetlands. The wildlife that we're talking about are species that occur that depend on habitats outside of wetland resources. That's an incredibly important characterization, an important point to note. So again, I understand where Attorney Parks is coming from and where Mr. Logan's coming from, looking at holes, but the fact of the matter is that it is not there. There is a substantial, complete record as it relates to this specific topic, and we can go into it further as the evening proceeds, but I just thought that required some clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I had a few closing remarks to give for the applicant, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, Attorney Joe Williams, partner with the law firm of Shipman and Goodwin, 1 Constitution Plaza in Hartford. I've been practicing land use and environmental law around the state of Connecticut for the past little over 30 years. First, by way of introduction, your decision on this application, of course, must be based on the law governing inland wetlands applications and on the facts in the record. We went over the law somewhat last time, and I provided some additional references in a written memo that I gave you in our most recent submission. So what I'd like to do mostly is just review and summarize the facts that are in the record, since that's what you'll be acting on. And as an Inland Wetlands Commission, the law, of course, calls upon you to act based on fact, on scientific expert opinions and evidence, and on what is probable or likely to occur. The law also commands that you not base your decision on emotion or ranting or baseless accusations, not on the preferences of the people who show up at the hearing, not on personal attacks, and not on speculation or fear or possibility. Now, for your applicant, I think it's relevant and worth keeping in mind that, as my able colleague T.J. Donahue noted, McLean is a not-for-profit institution whose mission is caring for people, one that maintains a renowned game refuge and takes its environmental stewardship obligations seriously, as you heard from Lisa Clark. McLean is also a longtime Simsbury resident and hopes to be here for a long time to come. That's why McLean is proposing this expansion, because it knows that it needs to build these additional housing offerings to be able to survive and thrive long-term as a not-for-profit in a competitive industry and market. So McLean is not trying to build something, turn a profit, and leave town. And that's relevant to your consideration of McLean's commitments to this commission to monitor and maintain its stormwater management system, for example, and all the other protocols and protections that Lisa Clark and our team have told you that McLean is committed to honoring for the long haul. As for our project, we believe we started with a careful and thoughtful design, but being responsive, we listened, we took everyone's comments to heart, and we improved it even more, among other things, in the following ways. We moved all of the buildings out of the upland review area. We increased the wooded area that's being left untouched. increased it by about 3.5 acres. Replaced the yard drains with dry wells that provide infiltration and reduce the impervious area routed to the stormwater basins by about 50%. More than 6 acres of meadow are being preserved, and that includes a good amount of developable property in the meadow along the western part of the site. So in no way does this proposal maximize the development opportunity and the achievable density on this property. Now, as to the wetlands work that we are proposing, the only work that we are proposing in wetlands, of course, are the 2 minimal areas for crossings that are critical to provide access to a large area of developable property at the south end of the site. There is no way to access that part of the property without crossing Wetland 8, which spans the site from side to side. Keep in mind, Wetland 8 is 55,000 square feet in size and provides the functions and values that have been well discussed by SLR and the team. The design team selected the narrowest possible locations to cross Wetland 8, and as you heard tonight when we went over it again through Tom Daly, initially proposed box culverts, but listening to the comments throughout this hearing and respecting McLean's commitment to continue trying to find the least impactful approach, we then switched to a wider 3-sided bridge culvert for the 2 wetland crossings. And then we widened them further to 30 feet wide, which, as Tom Daly explained tonight, is the widest bridge culvert that they make. So with no bottom and that increased width, you get less wetland disturbance. Now we're proposing just 95 and 25 square feet for those 2 crossings. This decreased the direct permanent wetland impact we're proposing by 94% and 98% for the 2 crossings. As Megan Raymond explained, the 2 crossings do not impact the functions and values of Wetland 8, and that's really one of the key facts to your consideration of this application. And no, contrary to what Attorney Parks suggested, you have not already found that there will be a significant impact on the wetlands. You found that there's a potential impact as a basis for holding a public hearing. And that's really Wetlands Law 101. You didn't already make the finding for which you were going to have the hearing, or else why would you have the hearing? Your regulation, 9.1A, says the commission shall not hold a hearing unless A is the commission determines the proposed activity may have a significant impact on wetlands or watercourses. So you're holding a public hearing to see if it will because you think it may, but no, of course you haven't already decided that there is one. So that's a patently false statement. And the interveners really make no other argument other than making that flawed assumption that it's already been decided. The lack of impact by the crossings to the functions and values of Wetland 8 includes the functions, any functions for habitat. We're not impacting those either. There are no wetland-dependent species on this site. It's well established the eastern box turtle is not a wetland-dependent species. It's not within inland wetlands jurisdiction. And as Dr. Michael Clemens agreed with Dennis Quinn, he agreed with Dennis Quinn on that topic, that it's not wetland dependent and it's not a subject of inland wetlands consideration. And with Dr. Clemens's express permission, we provided you with his professional resume so that you know who he is, since he sent you a letter on his own initiative correcting the misleading statements that had been attributed to him by REMA. Now, we, in that regard, and in general with regard to the wetlands, we have more than satisfied the requirement to analyze the effects on wetlands functions. And that's what your regulations say is a biological assessment. I think that term has been twisted and misstated in this hearing. And, you know, Megan Raymond correctly cited the regulation on it. And I want to make sure I cite it again. Section 7.6D. Description of the ecological communities and functions of the wetlands or watercourses involved with the application and the effects of the proposed activity on these communities and wetland functions. That's exactly what we did. We've given you an extensive analysis, as Megan went over earlier and just did it again now, in multiple documents. The initial primary document being the Wetland Impact Assessment Report that she provided to the Commission with the filing of the application, which looks at the soils, the characteristics of the wetlands, the vegetation classes, and analyzes potential impacts on those wetlands. That's what your regulation says you're looking for. So I'm not sure what it is that Attorney Parks or anybody else thinks is missing unless they just didn't read the material or they want you to think there's something missing that is actually there or wants you to ignore it because it's there. All you have to do is read it.
All right. Please refrain from comments.
It's not appropriate. So anyway, that requirement has clearly been satisfied. It was up front, and we have supplemented because people ask questions or people make comments, so we submitted additional documents. But there's no particular format that the regulations say it has to be in, other than the fact that we've given you proper expert testimony, opinions, analysis, and data, both in writing and in their testimony here before the commission. Otherwise, we are proposing no other work in the wetlands. We do propose an extensive wetland enhancement plan with new plantings, more than 17,000 square feet. This will increase biodiversity and improve wetland function. And I note that the mitigation area, of course, far exceeds the small area of direct impact for the crossings, which are 120 square feet in total, and we're proposing over 17,000 square feet of mitigation. And again, it's in a wetland that's 55,000 square feet in size. Within the upland review area, our modifications reduce that activity by 43%. Of the proposed work in the upland review area, most of it is grading and planting. There are no buildings, once again. As to stormwater.
Please.
Could we have order, Madam
Please
Chair?
refrain from comments.
Thank you. The stormwater management system provides for groundwater infiltration, and it complies with the 2024 Deep Stormwater Manual. As all agree, and as it states, the Deep Manual is not a regulation, does not require an engineer to pick one type of stormwater system and then check all the boxes and comply strictly with every word of the manual under that category of a system. Rather, the manual is a guidance document, and it recommends a number of best practices for stormwater management. Every site and development plan is different. A professional engineer has to use their best judgment to design the combination of stormwater practices that best achieves the goals of the manual, which is what SLR has done here. They didn't go to New Hampshire to ask people what they thought about the Connecticut manual. They applied their best practices and professional judgment as Connecticut engineers.
No.
As Tom Daly, Megan Raymond, and the SLR team have shown and explained to you, there will be no change to the flows to Hop Brook from the proposed development. The stormwater runoff volume from the development is less than the existing runoff volume. The proposal will not adversely impact the hydrology of wetland 8 through the groundwater. Recent soil testing confirmed that stormwater will infiltrate through the basins and provide groundwater recharge and water quality renovation. And the proposed system complies with the DEP manual. You heard a brief bit from a memo submitted by the deputy town engineer dated April 28th, 2025. I hope he doesn't mind me reading a little bit more in his presence, but I thought there's two parts of it that are especially relevant to your consideration. First, and I'm quoting, the applicant has met the applicant has met the Connecticut Deep Soil Erosion and Sediment Control Manual 2024. The proposed plan, revised through February 11th, 2025, includes extensive protection of the regulated area and along the proposed tree line. Then the other part I wanted to quote is, the design achieves the water quality volume as defined by the Connecticut Deep Stormwater Quality Manual 2024. It should be noted that the manual was developed over many years in partnership among regional conservation districts, CTDOT, CTDEEP, NRCS, USDA, and various professionals in Connecticut, while other states or agencies may approach water quality calculations in other manners. The Connecticut guidelines determined that achieving retention of the water quality volume is sufficient to adequately cleanse runoff. If the applicant was unable to retain the water quality volume, then additional measures would be required. That's the end of the quote. But as was stated at the beginning of the quote, we are achieving the water quality volume. So it does adequately cleanse the runoff, and additional measures are not required. To the intervener team, none of this will work, and DEEP is wrong about it. But we agree with Mr. Kessler's conclusions, and you can safely rely on them. We've also agreed to all 5 recommendations in Mr. Kessler's April 28th memo, and we have submitted revised plans incorporating them. So you have the concurrence of SLR and the town engineer about stormwater. The remaining arguments of the interveners on that subject are nothing more than speculation, not proof of any adverse impact on wetlands. On groundwater, our point was there is no evidence of a likely or possible impact to wetlands by groundwater changes. SLR has given specific testing of soils, detailed plans and analysis on that topic. They explained tonight how they're using native soils, and there is an extremely small area of watershed to wetland 8 that will be impervious. REMA, by contrast, provided you broad and vague hypotheses, speculation, and conjecture, but they provided no specific evidence of any likely adverse impact to wetlands. And finally, on feasible and prudent alternatives, we have proposed the only feasible and prudent alternative for access to the southern part of the site. There is no alternative for access with less environmental impact on wetlands than what we have provided. The interveners leave out that part of the standard. They just want you to look at, why can't you put the development somewhere else? My memo to you discusses the law on that topic in more detail. To put it another way, there is no alternative to the crossings as now designed that would have less environmental impact on wetland 8. We've given you extensive discussion and diagrams and plans on that subject with regard to the bridge culverts. And as Tom Daly explained, it's not possible for McLean to build this housing on any other part of its property. There's no way to design it, to show it to you, because it's impossible, and that's clearly evident from the overall plan that you saw tonight. So it's not economically reasonable, or reasonable by any standard, for anyone to suggest that McLean should radically alter its proposal just to be farther away from certain residents or to avoid 125 square feet of wetlands impact that will not diminish the functionality of that wetland. So that is not a prudent alternative under the statutory language. We have shown you that based on the revised plans, there are no feasible and prudent alternatives to the proposed regulated activities that would have less environmental impact on wetlands or watercourses. So in conclusion, to quote professional wetland scientist Megan Raymond, there will be no impact or effect on the physical characteristics of the wetland resulting from the proposed design. We've shown you there is no likelihood that this plan, as revised, will adversely impact wetlands or watercourses, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you all very much for your time and patience.
Thank you. I know the commissioners have not had a chance really to ask a lot of questions. We've been listening to a lot of presentation, but I know I do have some questions. I do have some questions for Adam. Adam, would you like to? Okay. All right. So we've been hearing a lot of discussion about infiltration basins versus detention basins, and could you give us your thoughts about the proposed design?
Yes, the proposed design, as they've shown it, is a fairly typical extended dry basin. The intervener is correct that the manual, the guidelines that we work off of, does reference it's more of a practice that you would employ to take care of the quantity of water, the peak flow rate, attenuate that flow. The guidelines go further to say if, in order to achieve that standard number 1 that's mentioned about water quality, you go to Appendix C and look at it from a volumetric standpoint, basically the volume that's below your low outlet. So that's where they were talking about the low outlet that's 1 foot above the bottom of the basin. And that provides a volume of storage equal to the water quality volume, which is the first 1.3 inches of rainfall. Their design achieves that. And that's where we get into the discussion about achieving the water quality volume. So the basin operates, just kind of a standard, typical dry basin that your water quality volume will infiltrate. And then once that's exceeded during a storm water event, that's where you would have outflow through the outlet structure.
So would it be sufficient to support the wetland species mix, the wetlands mix that they would have at the bottom of the basin?
and my professional engineering perspective, I'm not going to dabble in what plants are suitable for this. I mean, this is a basin that's going to be wet during storms, after storms, for a period of time. Whether, you know, the seed mix is going to thoroughly thrive, or just certain species will thrive in that
But it
environment.
might be wet at certain.
Right, they will be wet, you know, for some period of time.
The intervener was talking about the stone trench, and is there any indication of what the infiltration rate might be? It's into the glacial till.
So we have test results that indicate the soil horizon that, you know, the basin's going to be in, where you'd expect the most infiltration to occur, is going to be a much higher rate than you would anticipate based on the soil classification. Glacial tills are normally known as non-infiltrating, very sturdy soils. So that's why we love to build and construct on top of glacial tills. There are occurrences where glacial tills do have a suitable infiltration rate. The only way to know that is to do the test. The applicant has provided test results as we've requested since the beginning. You know, test it in that horizon as we always ask for. The trench itself exists in that area, in that soil horizon. It's one way of ensuring that, you know, the accumulation of sediment, the topsoil that's placed, and you know, the plants that grow there aren't impeding direct infiltration to that soil horizon. It was one of our recommendations. We typically like to see that, is if, you know, if you're going to topsoil and seed a basin, that can inhibit the infiltration rate. By doing a stone trench, you help encourage that. You know, one recommendation that if there are concerns about, you know, the infiltration rate following construction, I would certainly say, you know, we still have a zoning process to go through that also looks at stormwater. I would say, you know, it's certainly pertinent to recommend additional testing following the formation of those basins. Like, kind of just to confirm that the rate is still what was seen pre-construction.
Also at the dry wells?
I think it might be worth it too. You know, we're certainly happy to review those results and just to ensure. The dry wells themselves aren't, as they've noted, they've taken the conservative approach of not applying the infiltration rate and the volumes of those dry wells to the stormwater analysis. And so I think the confirmation of that infiltration rate is at a different level, where you would just want to make sure that water will infiltrate,
Yeah,
not necessarily.
I think the
rate.
concern was to see if we can't get more of the hydrology, the water back to wetlands aid.
Right.
So rather than shunting it immediately back to the detention basin, which doesn't. So.
Right, so
it would need more infiltration.
Yeah, in that case, I mean, you're really just making sure that it does infiltrate.
Yeah.
And at a suitable rate.
Yeah.
Possibly not to match this, but something that's suitable. And I think that's appropriate in this case, if there are concerns.
Right. There was also a question about the wood chip berms, which you had recommended, that the angle of them wasn't, I don't know if you read that.
Yeah. So, right, the wood chip berms, I've used them, you know, before coming on this side of the table, and they've worked out well when they're built in a sturdy fashion. The easiest way to build them when you're have a lot of wood chips at your disposal is to just create that long line. And if they're perpendicular to the grade, you know, so be it. It's just a lot of wasted mulch. I think my comment was more looking at those where you'd have concentrated flow, where you have the most potential for adverse impacts to, you know, so a breach, essentially. The plans submitted show it throughout the entire area, which it can't hurt. You got to keep in mind that in that plan, you're going to have a diversion berm that's directing stormwater towards the temporary sediment basins, and then you'd have that mulch berm behind that. So you'd have to have a breach through a diversion berm in order to actually, have water running along the mulch berm.
There was also a concern that I think the interviewer about post-operation and maintenance of storm drain facilities, a new manual, more updated than 2010. Is there anything more recent than that that we should be aware of, or should we be requesting?
In what way?
Well, it said that the stormwater post-operation maintenance of storm drain facilities is it's a plan that the McLean's has. It's from 2010. Have things changed substantially over the last 15 years to require more updates?
No, I don't. I think there's. I think that plan should be updated for this particular the practices that are being employed here.
So that was something that we should request.
And I believe their plans do have a recommended best management practice for continued maintenance post-construction.
Okay. Okay. Do the other commissioners have any questions for Adam?
Yeah, I've got a bunch. I want to go back to the basin thing. I just want to try to resolve each sort of piece individually, so then we'll just talk about basins. From the philosophy of this, it seems like the area, that we're going to be doing the construction on, one of the issues is it's hard, or one of the issues has been raised, I'm not sure if it's there or not, is that as we change the topology and we're filling again, question is does it get compacted? So it's unclear how much water is going into that part that then has a longer way to sort of go through the vegetation, which is all a major part of how pollutants are removed from the groundwater. And then a lot of this goes to these basins, which are now closer to the stream, and you're sort of concentrating the water in just a couple of areas, and it's just got to be drained through that. Is that a correct interpretation of this design?
Yes, I mean, when we look at a site, we analyze we try to match the flow. In quantity, match or reduce the flow in quantity, but then also the location of where those discharges are headed. And I believe they've achieved that. I don't take any exception to where they're placing the basins or where they're directing stormwater.
Okay, so from your perspective, the fact that it's unclear how much water would go into where the houses are now compared to what it is right now, because right now it's just vegetation and there's a lot coming in there, which then moves subsurfacely, in a subsurface way as well as a surface way to other parts of the wetlands and moves its way towards Hopbrook. Mm-hmm. But all that is actually working in some way, undetermined way, to remove pollutants. Right, but now now it's unclear when the water goes to the basins, you've now moved where those water sources could be, and of course you're concentrating them in a few areas, right by the basins. So you're not getting the broader part of the vegetation. I mean, is that a correct interpretation, or, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm asking if that's a reasonable characterization of this design.
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. All right. So I would ask the other commissioners, do they have any questions about the basins? And then we can move from the basins on the other pieces.
So if we do have a concentration of potential pollutants in the basins, could there be ill effects as it releases from the basins into the Hopbrook and potentially have pollutants that aren't currently there? Because you're going to be adding things like, oils from cars and things of that nature that currently aren't being there now.
Respectfully, I'm probably going to not answer that to the fullest extent that you're probably looking for. The plan as it states today employs a couple different practices, the treatment train to address that. You have your 4-foot sumps, which will collect a lot of the sediment that's coming off the roadways. Those are twice as deep as our normal catch basins throughout town, and certainly what we were installing, 10, 20 years ago. A lot of the contaminants, the oils, and what have you, do attach to sediment, and that's why we've always tried to capture 80% or more of sediment. So they have a 4-foot sumps that take care of that. They've added the hoods. The hood is a nice little feature on the outlet pipe of a catch basin. Again, the catch basin is where a lot of those pollutants are going to be entering. Those help to kind of keep the floatables, your oils and whatnot, from entering the pipe. You then have a hydrodynamic separator, I believe, further down the treatment train, and those are designed to again, polish water. Your sediment, your floatables, that's another kind of polishing. And then we get to the forebay. Again, mostly designed to dissipate the energy that's coming out of in the water that's flowing into there, but also to help settle out some sediment. In terms of its direct impact to the stream, to the Hop Brook, I'd have to kind of reference back to, that standard 1, Appendix C, and achieving the water quality volume, where essentially what Connecticut has done with their manual is saying, all right, achieve that volume, and you've adequately addressed the typical pollutants that you would find.
Is that because a lot of the pollutants adhere to the sediment and the removal of the sediment?
I think that's kind of the theory about it. We're talking, generally, the way I look at stormwater is it's not an exact science. We use statistics to establish our year storms, our 2, 10, 5, 50 and 100-year storm. And then we get into generalizations of soil classes and runoff coefficients in order to quantify and draw lines in the sand and try to design a built environment, essentially. And we do the same thing with water quality now. If we want to look to our neighbors, Massachusetts applies certain credits to certain types of practices. And that's how they establish that water quality. Connecticut has a very recent manual that they chose not to, steal from our neighbors, and they've looked at it in a different manner. And that's just what we use to make our decisions, because that's what's at our disposal in our state. I'm not sure if that exactly answers the question, but.
So I have another question.
Oh, you turn it green.
I have another question. Does somebody else have other questions on this? So going back again to these basins, one of the issues I think we're facing, or I shouldn't say we're facing, one of the issues that somebody could claim we're facing is that the process of doing the actual construction work and the removal of the existing vegetation and putting the stuff into where the water is going to go to these 2 basins is probably irreversible. So in terms of what would change, there's not a lot of mitigations afterwards. So do you have in your mind a way to monitor the construction and any of the mitigations that will tell us how that's working, particularly in terms of pollutant loads that might be coming out? Is there a mitigation for this? If it isn't working the way you expect, how would you know? And then B, what could we do about it?
So the way the guidelines are written, and the way the plans are written, after each rainfall event that's over a half inch, an inspection of the site has to occur, and a report has to be generated. So the applicant and their professionals are required, not only based on, what's being approved here, but through the state general permit as well for construction, that they have a record of all of these inspections that occur. And that inspection involves walking all of your E&S protections and making sure they're adequate. And if, the sediment's accumulated to half the height of silt fence, then that gets cleaned and repaired, and on you go. If there's any significant breaches, those have to be addressed before any other activity occurs. There are times where town staff will walk a site as well, and make recommendations to, bolster E&S controls, because E&S, it's, what you put on the plans is kind of like a nice menu. It represents the minimum, the absolute minimum that's required of a site. Based on how a contractor approaches that site, and certainly the weather we have and what time of year, other measures are going to have to be necessary. And that needs to be expected of any developer. So I look at E&S plans as kind of the minimum. And anytime there's a breach, it would show up in a report. Anytime somebody says, hey, there's silty water flowing down the Hop Brook, and there wasn't, last year before construction, well, we're going to be on site that day to take a look at what's going on and assess where it could be coming from. It might not be the site, but we usually go to the, who's ever constructing.
So what you just referred to are all very visible things you could see. It was mostly sediment. You can see these kinds of issues, surface issues.
Right.
One of the questions was about the other kinds of pollutants, phosphorus, other things that typically are interacting with the plants, all of which need that particular kind of interaction, which I think it's hard to describe. It doesn't sound to me like we have a way of checking for that, how that's working. We aren't taking soil samples or anything else.
No, we don't have anything
Okay.
that does that.
So I have a question about the bridges. So from my perspective, and I'm waiting to hear what the rest of the commission thinks, I think that the crossings are not an issue anymore. I think that.
I think we're supposed to be asking questions.
Right, but I guess the thing I was wondering is there any, does anybody have any questions about that? Are there any questions about the crossings? Because I'm trying to read through all the different things that have been kept coming up. The crossings keep coming up. But I was asking that.
You mean the foundation, the footing for the?
Anything in terms of the impact on the wetlands. So we had a lot of discussion early on about the crossings that are impact on the wetlands. And the question I have generally is there still more questions about that?
The only question it's outside the wetlands now, so the only question would be, is the footing in the glacial till, so it would be sufficient. So that would be that. Well, I think I did have a question for the applicant. I did have a question for the applicant. I see that, the dark skylighting, I know the photometric study has been turned in, and I'm glad to see it's not, it's very limited. But I did see it's sort of dawn till dusk, or dusk till dawn. Does it have to be that long? I mean, I doubt very much the clientele would be out walking around in the middle of the night. Whether or not this could be reduced further to like 30%. I know in Tucson, Arizona, after rush hour, they reduced the intensity of the lighting to 30%. Is that something that, that could be increased if emergencies came up, but for most of the time, it just seems, most lighting is unnecessary.
For the record, Tom Daly. To be honest, lighting, I appreciate this commission asked about it. We do expect that to be a conversation with the Planning and Zoning Commission if we ever get there. But I'm not a lighting expert, but I'd be willing to go back to our lighting expert. And I think with the LEDs, there's a lot more functionality that you can do. So if that's a recommendation that we explore that, I'd have to go back to the lighting expert and get a little more information, and we can answer back to the Planning and Zoning Commission on that.
That's wearing our conservation hat. So
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of functionality. I've heard where, after a certain hour, it drops down, and so you still get security lighting, but people aren't driving.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that actually speaks to probably what McLean wants to. But we'd be happy to consider that. But as I said, I'm not a lighting designer, so I'd have to consult with them.
We're still working on our dark sky lighting
Yeah.
regulations for the town, so we're just trying to get it.
What I, at least hopefully this commission understood that we picked appropriate lights, and it's very tight up against the, I know the standard is usually 0-foot candles at the property line, but we're really 0-foot candles almost at the, right outside the road.
No, that
But I'd be more than happy to explore other options. I just, I'd have to talk to the people that know the technology better than me.
yeah, it would benefit all the
No,
wildlife in the area.
I appreciate that.
Let's see what others.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right, I have a question for the interveners. I know this has come up a few times about the biological assessment being incomplete. So the first part will be for the interveners, and then I would like the applicant to kind of respond to that. So basically, it's been stated that the biological assessment hasn't been complete and submitted, which would be a requirement for this to proceed. Based on what's gone back and forth tonight, do you guys still feel that way? And what is the shortcoming so far?
Okay, John Parks, on behalf of the interveners, I'm not going to cover the entire issue about the biological assessment because I'm not a scientist, but we have a couple people here that could speak more to it. First of all, there is no biological assessment. There's an amalgamation of other documents that the applicant would ask us to consider as a biological assessment. But clearly, when I read your regulation, it requires an inventory of the ecological species as the foundation for further study as to how that's impacted. We haven't done that first step. So there is no biological assessment because we don't know the ecological species that we've got to interact with, and we don't know how to plan around them because we don't know what they are and we don't know how many of them there are. So there is no inventory, and so there's no discussion about how that would be utilized. So essentially, your regulation sections 7-6 D and E, there needs to be a description of the ecological communities, the functions of the wetlands or watercourses involved with the application, and the effects of the proposed activity on these communities. If the communities are identified, then the applicant could go to the second step, but we haven't gotten to the first step of describing these communities. We haven't taken an inventory. The smoking gun is Mr. Quinn. He was here at the last meeting, just hired, and then McLean said over the next 5 months, he'll perform that first step. I'm saying you're thinking about closing this hearing tonight. The burden's on the applicant to have a complete application before that happens. It's impossible for the applicant to satisfy that without putting in the time and the work. So, no, we're not backing off on that. I mean, that's irrefutable. But, yeah. We'll hear from the scientist.
Okay. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse too, but what I heard earlier from my colleague, from Megan, is a very telling thing. She said, we provided the dominant vegetation of the wetlands. Well, if you do that, that means you didn't really provide all the vegetation. I think what's been happening from the get-go of this project is they've been catching up, providing more information. But in my professional opinion, and we have to agree to disagree here, is they haven't caught up yet. So they don't have a full biological assessment.
Thank you. I do have a question for the applicant. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Berman, do you want me to continue?
I wanted to.
I think he
Sorry.
wanted, yeah, that's okay. Good, thank you. Megan Raymond, professional wetland scientist with SLR. Yeah, so I've obviously poured over your regulations as well, section 7.6, and the word inventory does not exist. This just does not exist. And I agree with Attorney Williams's characterization before. This biological assessment has become a thing, mostly tonight, which is it's an IE. It's an IE within a statement within your regulation 7.6D. A description of ecological communities and the functions of the wetlands or watercourses involved in the application and the effects of the proposed activity on these communities and wetlands functions. These details are provided within the Wetland Impact Assessment Report, as well as all of the details that are required and stipulated in 7.6. We do not as scientists, I mean, there are certain times where you actually will inventory particular populations dependent upon the nature of the activity. But generally, the supposition or the wildlife habitat is provided by the ecological communities because the temporal scale of our surveys are so limited that when you evaluate the ecological communities, you presume habitat utilization from that. So the important point here, I think, for you all is that we are not looking at a site with special wetland characteristics. They certainly are important wetlands, and we're working very hard to maintain, and we have maintained, will maintain the function of these wetlands. But these wetlands, from the grand scheme, in the literature and the nomenclature, they're not considered special in that they don't have these particular features such as vernal pools, calcareous seeps, fens, those types of features. The documentation of these attributes of these wetlands and the locations of the site, the geographies, the functions, the vegetation classes, the ecological characterization, ecological communities are provided in the documents that you have on the record, and the record is complete as it relates to this matter. Thank you.
So I have a question about that.
Sure.
You know, when you're
For me.
Yes. You know, again, there's a lot of information.
Correct.
Can you point out like where they are?
Sure. So I think correct. So the first place that I would look is the Wetland Impact Assessment Report, okay, dated January 9th, as well the Wetland Delineation Report, dated January 6th. There's additional information provided in the April 11th.
What was that date?
This is January 9th. January 6th of the soil report. And additional documentation is provided in the April 11th comment letter before the April 17th hearing. The April 17th hearing, the testimony of that hearing provided graphical information on the slides as well as testimony, again, just reiterating and reaffirming and restating the documentation and the characterizations in those documents. And as well for this evening, which we can put back up if you'd like, the slide basically just lists the dates of the letters, but the primary tools that by which the 7.6D was satisfied was the wetland impact assessment report and the soil report, both those January documents, and then the April 11th. Thank you.
So I would just point the commission's attention to 7.6 subsection E, which requires a description of how the applicant will change, diminish, or enhance the ecological communities. So inventory is not mentioned, but how can you describe how you will change, diminish, or enhance the ecological communities because you don't know what they are? So the word inventory is not in your regulation, but it's implicit that you can't diminish or enhance something unless you know what it is. And I'm saying the applicant has the burden of telling us not only what the ecological communities are, but then they have to tell us how their application will change those communities. What communities? The communities that you've identified. How they will diminish the communities. What communities? The communities that you have not yet identified, but that Mr. Quinn is going to work on over the next 5 months. How you will enhance the ecological communities. What ecological communities? If you don't study the ecological communities and know what they are, this sentence would make no sense otherwise. So it's required that the applicant do a description of how they will change, diminish, or enhance the ecological communities and the functions of the wetlands and watercourses involved in the application. So you have to talk about what ecological communities are within the wetlands or watercourses involved in the application, and then alternatives which would be less or no environmental impact on these communities. On what communities? They have to know what they are in order to be less or no impact on them. We're missing a fundamental piece that you have to make sense of your regulation, and your regulation can't say it has to be less or no impact on an unknown quantity. There has to be a quantity. So I think that's ridiculous. I think I can't even believe they're suggesting that an inventory isn't necessary. Certainly, the samples we provided to the board, or one of the interveners provided to the board, start with an inventory, because that's the only thing that would make sense with the language in your regulation. And this language is not unique to Simsbury. This language exists in many regulations, and they all know what a biological assessment is, and it's not been done.
Could we please show again, because you only saw it briefly for a moment, that slide that we presented earlier, Madam Chair, that listed the reports that the answer is in?
Certainly.
Would it be okay if we pulled that up, please? Because it's really misleading to suggest that something doesn't exist when it has been provided. We do know what the ecological communities are because we have provided you the reports and the data and the analyses that tell you what they are. Anybody who's read the documents know what they are. It must only be Attorney Parks who hasn't seen them. And I'm happy to provide a copy, but we have already submitted them.
Please.
And as Megan said, you have a wetland delineation report, you have a wetland impact assessment, you have follow-up reports, and you have additional assessment of box turtle, which contrary to being a smoking gun, it really just proved that there was no need for the Wetlands Commission to focus on it because you were being misled and told that it was a wetland-dependent species, which it is not.
No, please.
So the information has all been provided, Madam Chair. But I would like for you to see that list again because the information is legion and it definitely satisfies those sections of the regulation.
I have another question, but we're waiting for.
Well, while we're waiting for this, because it keeps coming up, what is Mr. Quinn going to be doing for the next 5 months?
He's going to be tracking turtles on the property
Okay.
to see if there are specific, and sorry, and there's the list, thank you.
Okay.
On the slide, but I'll come back to that. He's going to be developing any other additional protective measures anywhere on the property, so well beyond the wetlands that we're talking about. But if there's any other things that he believes should be done that McLean can do as part of construction or long-term or anything else to be protective and try to avoid the mortality and the other words they use with regard to turtles. So things like he talked about putting in a barrier during construction to make sure the turtles don't get into the construction zone. And then there are probably things that he hasn't yet, but he will come up with where he will say, okay, when construction's done, this area I could see might be where a turtle could get impacted by a car on this road or something. So do something to prevent that. And I think he showed some examples of like little walls or things. They don't
Curbing.
Yeah, they don't have to be terribly tall, but that kind of thing. So he'll be doing that, and he's not limiting himself to the wetlands jurisdiction because that doesn't really apply to the eastern box turtle. It's not wetland dependent. But McLean has authorized him to do something that honestly I've not seen clients generally be willing to do when they don't have to, which is go out of their way to have one of the leading experts in the state say, whether or not you're legally required to do it, you could do these additional things, and they've hired him and they're paying him to do it, and they will welcome his suggestions and they will take whatever they can and do whatever they can to implement those protective measures.
Is it just the turtles, or is it like any type of animal that he sees?
I believe he's focused mainly on turtles, but I don't know if he's 100% exclusively limited to anything else, but he's been hired mainly to look at the turtles because we know that there are some, and we know that they're, a special concerned species, so that's one of his great areas of expertise.
Okay.
So this is the list that SLR prepared that provides all the information that's covered by Section 7.6D and E of your regulation. The main portion of it is in the initial reports from SLR, but then they provided additional information in those letters, and you have all of that in your record. And it certainly describes the ecological communities of the wetlands and the functions of the wetlands, and a description of any potential. Should I wait, Madam Chair?
No, please go ahead. Audience, please be polite. We're just trying to get everything on the record that we can.
And those reports also analyze the functions of the wetlands, and they look at potential impacts to them. And that was one of the main topics that drove the changes to the culverts to make sure we were reducing the direct impacts to wetlands. Thank you.
I have a quick question regarding the turtles and the study, which is slightly off topic, but I'm curious. So Mr. Quinn is doing a box turtle study, as you said, and in the meantime, you guys have posted to keep all people off of the property while he does so they're not being disturbed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So people are reporting that there's people driving around in golf carts there, while saying people. I mean, it's your property. You don't want people on there. I guess that's what it is.
Right.
But to say that you're keeping people off in order to better study the box turtles, which seems reasonable, and then having people driving around in golf carts during their nesting season makes it seem like that is not the case. Of like you're keeping people off. to keep people off, not because of the turtle study.
The picture that you referred to was a golf cart track that was there inadvertently by the people who were posting the signs. But the Hot Meadow Country Club has a policy of not driving your carts in fescue. It's an absolute policy. It's posted at the pro shop and on every hole.
So that's not, the golf cart there was not.
It was one on.
Was-
It was a
okay.
mistake.
I want to tell you what I saw. I want to speak to her question.
Did we answer it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Can Mr. Williams stay up here, because we have a list of 8 things, and I want to know which of those satisfy section 7.E, which shows for each alternative, which one would cause no or less environmental impact to the wetlands or watercourses, and why each alternative considered was deemed neither feasible and prudent, as 1 through 8 doesn't include the feasible and prudent alternatives. There is no feasible and prudent. So how does that qualify? How does that satisfy that?
Madam Chair, we're happy to answer the commission's questions.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have a debate or be cross-examined
Yeah,
by Attorney
this
Parks
is
any
the-
other time, but I don't want to waste your time that way. We
Okay.
were answering the question or the topic of biological assessment that you asked us.
All right. And we did have we had an intervener who wanted to talk about the turtles.
I just want to speak because I want to reply to Attorney Donahue because he's incorrect. I took the pictures and I also spoke to the men who were putting up the signs, and they were in a golf cart and they were driving around the meadow. So that's just wrong. That's correct. Right,
No, that's,
right.
I think that's what I think.
I just want to make sure that they're not from the golf course. They were McLean's employees.
No, I think that was understood. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. All right. Any further? Yes. We don't have much neighbors. Go ahead. Nat.
Okay, so I have there's a couple comments that roll into some questions, so just bear with me trying to organize my thoughts. So you submitted your integrated pest management plan, which I appreciate and read carefully. And so it hasn't been updated in a while, but honestly, that probably doesn't really matter that much considering. But reading it over, it seems like, just tell me if this is correct, that obviously the integrated pest management, the plan is best practices. It is not legally binding, correct? It was not detailed in any way where it said like you need to go through these steps of trying the least harmful methods first before going on to the next or anything like that. So I just want to better understand exactly how it's utilized.
Not legally binding, but that was part of the application. So it's binding in terms of your zoning and your wetlands application for the villas. The villas are the single-family homes that go out there. This commission before you, those people that were on this commission requested that. And we put it, and you said you read it, but it's a framework deferring to the experts. And that's why it doesn't change in 10 years, because it simply said, this is how we're going to manage it, right? If we have one dandelion here, we don't put dandelions. That doesn't change. That has not.
Okay, so that actually leads me to my next part of the question then. So as far as who are considered the experts, do you hire contractors, a third party? Do you have your own full-time employees that's all they do?
You have a third-party landscaper. Third-party landscaper.
It is a third party. And how do you monitor that they're doing what you think they're doing?
Well, we hire the best experts, and that's the landscapers we hire. They're a healthcare facility. They don't know how to go out there. If it's so inclined, we're happy to, as a condition of approval, we can give a resume of the person that is basically the expert that we've hired. We have to rely on those landscaping people to provide those expertise. We believe that McLean is hiring the best for that role. If it's a condition of approval of this commission, we can provide, we can take what ours was a framework as a design firm and ask you to supplement it with the person who's actually doing it. If that's it's frankly, we have never gone to that level. The IMP, the element that we prepared is typically the level that applications are taken to.
Okay, so if this complex is built, I do believe that this plan's gonna need to get more complicated for that.
No, absolutely not. Because first of all,
Well,
somebody
let me-
made that
let me
comment
explain why, because before you said you didn't have problems with mosquitoes or mice or ticks at the other properties.
Well, I never said that, but what I'm saying is, if there's mice in the meadow, they're gonna remain in the meadow.
Oh, yeah.
If they're in the ticks, the whole plan of this project was we reduce the lawn area to the absolute, what we believe to the minimum. So we don't, frankly, I'm sure everybody on this commission, you go in your own backyard, you can get ticks in you.
Yes.
So I don't, so we're not trying to mitigate every little element in the
Okay,
plan.
that is good to know, because, so that kind of leads me to the last part. So, in a really healthy ecosystem, like a marsh, et cetera, you have mosquitoes, but you have all of the other part of the food chain and the web eating them. And mosquitoes exist, but you're not gonna get, you're not gonna be like tortured by them. But if you're putting out housing for people, and their idea of a good night is to sit out on the porch all night, and they're in Connecticut, and no matter where you are in Connecticut, if you're out on the porch all night, you're gonna have mosquitoes land on you. But you all are in a position where you're a special community that are supposed to take care of them. So if you have these residents that are getting very irate that the mosquitoes are bothering them and want you to do something, you need a more comprehensive plan on how to deal with that doesn't end with just spraying because people are getting irate and demanding you spray.
Well, we never said we would do that.
No, you didn't, but you need a plan in place because there's a good chance something like that will happen.
Well,
I think, first of all, I don't think, you even said, what's the uniqueness about this site that's anything anywhere else? They currently, their landscaping is minimal. We're not intended to spray for mosquitoes on a daily basis. That's not the intent.
So how often do you spray for mosquitoes?
We don't spray
don't
for
ever
mosquitoes.
spray.
And I think DEEP, speaking of experts, DEEP has best management plans for mosquito control.
Well,
If
but
you could,
And
will you
there's-
adopt those
yeah,
management plans?
the reality is, this is going to be an active community. These people are going to be going out of they're going to go to the store, they're going to go to McLean, they're going to go play golf. So those exposure to those things you're talking about are going to occur throughout their life. But at this point, we do not manage the site to be like this sterile environment. That's not what, instead, actually, McLean's the opposite. It's a very wooded site. There's a lot of wetlands nearby, and frankly, there's no intent to micromanage the species out there.
Okay.
We're not spraying for ticks, we're not spraying for mosquitoes, and if there's mice in the woods, they're going to remain in the woods.
So speaking of management plans, I saw that you will be developing a management plans for invasive species.
Well, that was a question that
Yeah.
came from you initially.
Yes, yeah.
You said as you go back into the campus.
Yeah.
So we presented on the record that we would go, as we take a look at either we're doing landscaping or moving a sidewalk, we would always take that moment to look at the species that were around, and if there's an opportunity to pull, we're not looking to go, frankly, we're not proposing to go back through the entire campus and redo everything. But at this point, if there's a small project or a plant dies,
Yeah.
we're going to take it out and we're going to replace it with something more native. So we're willing to let that be a rolling management concept.
Okay. Well, I was pleased to see that you would have a management plan for
Yeah.
invasive species.
And if you go through the McLean campus, there is very little, most of it's just natural woods, as you go
Except
through
for
the main.
the burning bush.
I admit that, but if you compare that to like another project in town, there's very little ornamental landscaping. So that helps so it's not a very, some of these other projects where you see multifamily, there's manicured lawns and everything. It's a very naturalized approach to the campus if you drive through today. And that will continue even with this project.
Thank you. All right, other questions?
I do have a question. Could you, for the applicant, is there somewhere in the 345 pages report, like a delta of the runoff between the existing property, the way it is now, and the way it will be in the proposed?
Yeah, it's in the first 10 pages
Of
the report.
Of the
Yep.
the 345 page.
First 10 pages are the summary and all the data, and then all the remaining is the backup calculations to support that. So I would suggest the commission at least reading the first 10 pages. And after that, if you want to get into the numbers, all the supporting data is after that. But there's a table, there's 2 tables in there, specifically says existing and proposed.
Okay. I knew it was in there somewhere, but.
Yeah, first 10 pages
again,
is the summary.
Yep. 345 pages, I just wanted to.
Most of the stuff after that is numbers to support it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So as I listen to this, it seems like the question of jurisdiction keeps coming up, which is how broad does the wetlands, does this commission have authority over? Because it definitely seems to me as though one group of this thinks it's incredibly narrow just to the wetlands under construction in the upland review area, and another group thinks that it is that plus the impact it has on Hopbrook as a water course, which is far away. And I'm just wondering how that gets reconciled.
Hopbrook is a water course. You have jurisdiction over that too.
Okay, so the questions then about the flora and sort of the plant life that governs it between essentially the distribution basins and the Hopbrook would follow under our regulatory authority. Understanding that and how that impacts the Hopbrook.
Right. If you want to ask and you want to review whether we might be creating stormwater discharges that could reach and impact a water course, yes, you can look at that. I think that's what you're asking me. Okay. Is that it for me?
For now,
Okay.
I had,
Okay, all right.
It was the drainage report, right? Okay.
I think I've answered, I think I've gone through my questions. Do any of the other commissioners have additional questions?
yes, actually, I remember what it was. I'm sorry. So under prudent alternatives, one question I had was about the construction schedule for phase 2, which was that essentially, and I don't know if this has been updated, but it was that we're going to put in the roads and then everything's going to be cut at once. And the trees are going to be gone, all the main infrastructure is going in, at which point, you know, any of the concerns about water management essentially are basically done. Was there any alternatives to that construction schedule that were considered that would relieve the risk of sort of being wrong because you're doing it all in one shot? And that's sort of a definition of alternatives. So I was wondering about that.
Sure, and I'll ask Tom Daly to add to this, but I understand and I've discussed with them that our design team looked at what's the best way to avoid impacts of opening up a portion of a site. And so they have tried to create the most compact area that they sort of get in and get out, if you will, for lack of a better technical term, to reduce the exposure, the length of time, the rain events, everything else, and the size of the area, you know, to the extent made sense for the two development sections. That's not a great explanation, and I'm going to ask Tom Daly to expand upon it, but the short answer is yes, they reviewed all the possible options for how you ought to slice up the phases to try to limit that exposure. Did I get that right?
For the record, Tom Daly, the phasing has not changed, but additional notes have been added to the plans. Some involved with Mr. Kessler's recommendations. So the concept was, yes, the area would be cleared, and part of that is it's a balance site, so we want to cut to fill. If we did it in phases, we would have to stockpile the area, move the area again, re-clear it and everything. The hope is that we're going to do the mass excavation as quickly as we can and everything. And we added notes to the plans that as soon as things, I forget the number, but I think if the area is not going to be touched for 10 days, it has to be temporary stabilized. So what we want to do is, we want to basically tighten that up as soon as we're done. But it really has to do with the earthwork, the ability to move the material once and finish that area.
I guess one of my things I'm trying to understand or rationalize in my head is that sort of the biggest, if you're looking at sort of the long-term risks to things, it's the discharge that goes in the hot brook over a long time, and essentially it's the questions about pollutants going into there and changing the water flow. There's both a science problem and an engineering problem, right? How you execute this, and so I guess the question I have is in this particular plan that you have, there doesn't seem to be a way to check for anything other than very short-term effects, like do you have runoff of major things. It's how do you address the thing about, the questions about how are you changing the hydrology, how's the water moving, and what's this effect on the vegetation, which I think also boils back to, well, you have to have some listing of all that stuff so you can know if something's going wrong, right? And I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm just wondering, as you were thinking about this, what were the alternatives that you were sort of working through to say, yeah, this isn't, we can't do anything else about this for this reason, this reason. I was just wondering if you have any answers on that.
Yeah, I think this must go a little bit to some of the questions you were asking, Adam. There's not currently any recommendations in the DEP manual or anything that I've ever come across with a wetlands application where it's kind of, give you an example. Some of the towns are now doing a thing for traffic studies, are doing a look back. Basically, they submit a traffic study. They're like, well, we want you to come back a year after you're built and do another traffic study and show us that, West Hartford's doing this now. And we want you to prove that what you said is what is correct. It's a look thing. But from a drainage standpoint, I have not come across anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
May I address that for a minute? I mean, your question was revealing about the feasible and prudent alternative, because the intention in your regulation is that they demonstrate by showing you those alternatives, this was an alternative, but we didn't choose it and why. And instead, what we're getting is we have internally concluded that this is the best alternative, shielding you from that process of disclosing to you, we checked this alternative and we didn't select it from that. And that's where they haven't complied with the regulation. The question right to the heart of why that's required, and it doesn't exist.
Just to that point, I'd ask the commission to go back to the original application. We included a feasible and prudent alternative narrative. Second of all, I'd ask you to go to Megan's report, page 5, 3.4.
Which report is that, sorry?
This is the original wetland impact assessment. And I would say even to the original wetland impact assessment, section 3.4, titled Alternatives Analysis. It's included. Second of all, I believe, if you remember, the presentation I gave to this commission either last meeting or two meetings ago, we had a whole chart on alternate, remember the chart we had, this is going to cost this much, this is what's going to impact, this would take longer. That was part of the presentation that I gave this commission two hearings ago.
Yes, so I think the essence of my question wasn't about sort of the details of phase, the phase two parts that you have talked about. It was sort of the construction techniques within phase two.
And I apologize, I wasn't responding to your question.
Oh.
I was responding to the attorney's question, where saying we did not provide a fee, that he said we didn't provide the chart to show why we didn't pick one. 2 meetings ago, we had a presentation slide exactly doing that, and it complements with what Megan has a report, and there was an original part of the application. So there was an alternatives analysis done. We, at the time, believed the box culvert was appropriate, and everything. But I would say, go back to our presentation from 2 weeks ago, two meetings ago. There was a whole spreadsheet on the 3 different types of way to cross a wetlands, and actually it was 4 types, and why we picked the one we did. So I'm sorry, I was answering his comment, not yours.
I just had one final question for Adam. There's been a lot of discussion on compaction during construction, and the infiltration rates and how it'll be affected, and then the drainage. Could you speak to that, your thoughts?
Yeah, over compaction of soils during construction, basically use of machinery, repetitive use over a single area will certainly compact soils and impact the infiltration rate. It's part of the reason why a lot of plans, you'll see a lot of our comments on a lot of developments in town, recommend and sometimes require that the permanent locations for the detention basins are not touched, avoid heavy machinery in there, don't use them for sedimentation during construction because of the impacts of that, how that impacts the infiltration. On a site, I know there's reference to solar farms and that memorandum that came out specifically about solar farms in Connecticut. And I think a lot of that has to do with the repetitive nature of that type of construction. I mean, it's a very linear construction. You have very repetitive tracks to install that. And I think at that time we needed good guidance on how to treat stormwater on those sites. A development like this, sometimes it depends on the type of machinery that's out there. There are low pressure types of machines that don't exert as much pressure. The vibrations, of course, help compact soils too, so you have to watch out for that. But there are equipment that doesn't exert as much pressure and compaction. It's hard to say. I don't think there's any studies in Connecticut that necessarily get to the heart of that concern, not like some other states in the country. I've never come across an analysis in Connecticut or Mass or New York, in my experience, that reduced a soil classification just based on the amount of cutting that a project has. I'm not sure if that answers
No, it
your
does.
question.
Would it be a recommendation to, or should we recommend low pressure machinery?
There's other. Yeah, I'd certainly defer to the applicant too on their thoughts on how to accomplish and kind of the means and methods. We always try to tread lightly, so to speak, on means and methods. And low pressure equipment is certainly a way to go about it. Sometimes where there is mass grading, large cuts, large fills, you might scarify that surface a little bit too as you go, so that the soil isn't as compact, and that might be part of it as well.
So Adam, is it safe to say that that we would we would state that that technique should strive for a low compact, like, you know, minimizing the compacting of the soil, and that you believe that that can all be done at the construction level.
I think it's appropriate to make that recommendation. I think that there's certainly concerns on this commission about that. So, I think that's certainly a recommendation to use that type of technique and ensure that minimal compaction outside of, building footprints and all that is.
If the soil were compacted, I would imagine, would the calculations still apply for the detention basin?
That's tough to say. There's a lot of assumptions that go into all those calculations, and I think coming from a more conservative approach, where you make some decisions on how you analyze it, helps to kind of account for that.
Thank you.
But we've already said that in this particular approach to the water management, it's not assuming that the water, if the water gets absorbed on the route to the basins, that's great. But right now, the system is basically taking all the water into those basins.
Well, the analysis, the curve numbers chosen, and the assumptions made about the surface is accounting for that to some degree. I mean, that's how you eventually get to that peak rate kind of flow.
Do we have any more comments?
Question, with the acreage of trees that are being cut down for this project, do you think, with trees, you get cover that rain will absorb on the tree itself, the roots and so forth? Do you think that has a major impact where the absorption's there today, tomorrow we're going to have impervious, landscape? How is that going to, change the flow of rate of water, going not just to the basins, but, across the map, really?
Right, so that's all accounted for in the analysis itself, the very thick section. They get to that where they specifically reference the cover type and whatnot. So, the simplest analysis is usually the rational method, and you choose a coefficient to find out that peak rate. So for like a wooded area and really good soils, that coefficient might be as low as 0.2. And then when you do a grass landscape, that surface, that coefficient becomes 0.3, 0.4, and that accounts for that increase in rate. So that's baked into the stormwater analysis.
All right, I know it's getting late. Does the commissioner have any more questions? Because this is our last chance to ask the applicant or the interveners before we close the public hearing. Hearing none, I think we've had a thorough discussion of we're having a...
Madam Chair, some of us have been waiting patiently for the public audience. Is there an opportunity?
Yes. All right, but again, because of the lateness of the hour and the thoroughness of how we've covered, so I would say, if you can keep it lovely and short and to the point and new material, but thank you for speaking up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nick Steenbulis, and I live on Teacher's Turn in Simsbury. And while I've been sitting here in this meeting for 3.5 hours, I came up with this symbol, the symbol for infinity, the fact that this is just never going to end. I'm not part of the interveners. I'm not abutting the property. I'm just a citizen. And I do live in proximity to the project, but I don't think it will impact me personally. My family and I moved to Simsbury in 2009. When I married my wife 30 years ago, we lived in Manchester. As we started to grow our family, we decided to move to Glastonbury. Glastonbury started to get developed very quickly, and we decided it was time to move. We came to Simsbury, and we found our forever home in our forever community, and we figured we'd never move again. And we didn't come to Simsbury because of its proximity to any highways, I can tell you that. And other than the chatter that I've heard around town, the first time I've learned any facts about this development was here at the April 17th meeting. And as I listened to the developers' team of experts in the areas of law, environment, drainage, soil science, engineering, it appeared that significant consideration had gone into all of their planning into their project, and all of it was accompanied by expert testimony. And the facts seemed substantiated, accurate, and truthful. In fact, while listening to the developer's attorney last week, I began to wonder if this commission really had any jurisdiction over this. Hearing the engineers and the soil scientists, it seems as though every aspect of this project had been properly calculated and would ultimately play out as presented. To me, it seemed as though this was a foregone conclusion. But there was a turning point for me as I sat in that meeting. And it wasn't until I heard the testimony of the box turtle expert. And I began to get a bit suspicious that any individual who would dedicate their life to turtles would likely be on the side of the group that wants to conserve and preserve them in their natural habitat. I listened to the expert explain that these turtles would soon be extinct all on their own, whether the development went through or not. So while sitting in the audience, I decided to Google how long have turtles been on this earth? 200 to 300 million years. That's what we call job security for that gentleman. Then all of a sudden, the interveners opposing counsel made their presentation. The attorney actually read from the bylaws, confirming that not only does this commission have a duty, but they have an obligation to be a part of this process. How odd, how all of this could be so contradictory to me. When the engineers and soil scientists from the opposition made their presentation, they seemed to refute everything that the engineers and developers were claiming. So once again, how can this be? How can both sides be telling the truth? Are there half-truths? Are there misrepresentations being made? Is everybody really being transparent and objective? And I just don't understand how any of you can make a decision based on all of this evidence, which seems to be irrefutable. This made me think, who has the greater vested interest in this project moving forward? Who has the most to gain or lose? Is it the developers, their engineers, their management team, or is it a group of concerned citizens who would like to preserve the pristine meadow, allowing for the ecosystem that has been there forever to continue unharmed? A while back, I remember driving back and forth on Gray Pond Road, going over the traffic counter. Even really before I knew exactly what was going on, but it dawned on me that it was on the side of the road where McLean was. And I realized that they're trying to understand, what will the car count be like? What is it? What will it change to? And it dawned on me again, most people coming into this development are not going to come from the Teacher's Turn area. They're going to come from the other side. And so why wouldn't the traffic counter, wouldn't it be more accurate to be on the other side of the road? And I started to think that anybody can back into any narrative that they're trying to present. I'm trying to be objective, and I am here to say that I believe that these folks are truly, along with myself, concerned with protecting the natural beauty and the sanctity of this piece of land. So it seems that this project has gone through multiple iterations, modifications, changes, and I can't imagine how this would have turned out for the ecosystem had the very first plan been approved and not had so much opposition. So who is telling the truth? Is it the firm, the organization that's invested countless dollars, or is it the citizens that really have no skin in the game here, in my opinion? The turtle guy was willing to throw in the turtles. You've got folks out here that are out there literally trying to count the turtles and mark them. To me, one seems motivated by capital and one seems motivated by conservation. And I ask you to listen to the definition according to Merriam-Webster. The definition to beyond a shadow of the doubt means that when you know or believe something to be certain and is true. And so are you in a position, hearing all of this, beyond a shadow of a doubt, to believe all the evidence to be true and accurate and precise? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would care to speak before we close the public hearing? Hi. Hi.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. I know this has been very long. My name is Donna Summers. I served as an assistant attorney general for 36 years. I'm now retired, and I practiced environmental law for both the state of Tennessee and the state of Connecticut. I also have a master's specializing in aquatic toxicology. But I'm here on behalf of Hartford Audubon. I'm their treasurer, and I was asked to speak tonight in that capacity by the president. Hartford Audubon submits its views and submitted its letters as an independent voice for you. For the record, both letters that we submitted were approved unanimously by our board, and the board members' credentials, in addition to mine, include a master's degree focusing on land stewardship and conservation, experience in open space protection, and a certified naturalist. I've been listening all these times that I've been here to all these claims that everything about the animals or the birds or the turtles or any of the wildlife is pure speculation. And that's a problem because we don't have a full biological assessment done by the applicant where they went in and looked at what salamanders are in the wetland and what insects are out there and what birds use it. We don't know. The best we can do is to focus on the species that we know are in the meadow and have been in the meadow that are of special concern or threatened, and that's what we've presented in our letter. It's our contention that McLean has waived their right to complain that we don't know anything about what's out there environmentally because they didn't do that full biological assessment, and it is required. McLean also has gone beyond that, and as you now know, has forbidden the abutters, the interveners, any experts, and neutral nonprofits such as SAS, Hartford Audubon, from examining the meadow, the wetlands, and the woodlands to confirm what is out there. What's really disturbing to Hartford Audubon is that we're right in the middle of our census. It only lasts for 3 weeks, and it's during migration. We could be out there trying to determine if there are species that we ought to be concerned about and that eat the bugs that are in the meadow and looking at the insects. We can't go out there, yet they have folks, as people said tonight, riding around through the middle of the meadow. McLean is affirmatively preventing birders from documenting what is using this meadow, the wetlands, and the open woodlands, and thereby impeding our normal census activities. There's also a compelling need to preserve meadows and adjacent habitats, including parts of old apple orchards such as this. The destruction slated for this meadow, the wetlands and watercourses and woodlands, is not isolated. We have many other examples here in Simsbury, in our county, the state, and the country, where these meadows are being destroyed and there's very little left. They're leaving fast because of the need for new buildings. Hartford Audubon confirmed just this morning that a meadow with apple trees in a nearby town used to be full of birds and was recently destroyed. The birds are gone. The eyesores remain. One of the things that we discovered in reading about meadowlarks, which have been seen in this meadow, is that not only are they a threatened species in Connecticut, but they need the full 10 acres that are there to breed and thrive. Once they take out 5 of these acres, it's not going to be big enough to support the meadowlarks, even if they're in there. And we don't have the opportunity to go and confirm that they're there now. I'm not going to read the sections of my letter that I thought about reading because I think the Hartford Audubon letter, because I think that you've already got it and I'm sure you've read it. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we will stand on our letter most recently submitted on May 4th.
All right, thank you for submitting that.
I see Brittany has left. I actually sent her a file to display. Is there any chance we can bring up the photometric plan that SLR provided to the committee? No? Okay. My name is John Pico, and I am a Simsbury resident. To be clear, I am not an abutter. Despite Mr. Donahue's assertions that the only people who oppose this are abutters, I am not an abutter. I'm organizing my comments this evening around 3 fundamental questions that should be central to this committee's decision-making process as you try to determine, of all the voices you've heard over the past few months, which among them is the most credible. So the first question to help gauge credibility is this: who among the parties involved can you trust? And to help you answer that question, I wish to highlight McLean's persistent pattern of selectively sharing information in a way that casts its project in the best possible light. And speaking of light, let us begin with Exhibit A. Brittany, could you bring up the photometric plan? Perfect timing, thank you. Thank you. This is the photometric plan that McLean shared during the last public meeting to illustrate the limited impact of the new community's dark sky compliant street lighting. This would be an accurate representation of the new community's light pollution, assuming, of course, that all of the residents of these 52 villas intend to live their lives by candlelight, forego any exterior lighting on their homes, and only drive cars without headlights. This photometric plan is laughable. It's certainly not grounded in reality, and is a perfect illustration of McLean's habit of selectively sharing information in a manner that misleads. It is a habit that has been on full display starting with the first public meeting back on February 18th. In its 69-minute initial presentation, McLean neglected to mention how many acres of trees would be cut down for the new development. And when a committee member actually asked about that, McLean's representative didn't have that number readily available, and as he theatrically asked a colleague to pull it from a binder, the audience of concerned residents shouted the answer from their seats: 18.5 acres, per the original submitted plan. Does it make sense to you that McLean's representatives wouldn't have that number at their fingertips? Is it not a material piece of information that you would have expected them to mention in their presentation if they were truly trying to be transparent? The bottom line is this: when it comes down to deciding who you can trust, remember that McLean has demonstrated a penchant for sharing information selectively in a way that benefits their arguments. It should lead this committee to question just how much trust you can put in any of McLean's statements and presentations. The second question of the 3 I would like you to think about to again gauge credibility of all the voices you've heard is this: who has demonstrated genuine respect for this application review process? In their words, McLean has expressed deference to this committee and gratitude for all the time and energy you've invested in this process. In their deeds, however, McLean has signaled something else. They've signaled that, to them, approval of this application is a foregone conclusion. Because let's face it, McLean is moving forward at full speed on the promotion and peddling of these 52 villas. The headline on their website says in bold print, McLean is expanding. Is expanding. This is a declarative statement positioned as an expression of fact. McLean is holding regular luncheons at Hot Meadow Country Club for potential buyers of the villas, advertising those sessions as a venue for how to, quote, lock in the best savings for the new Meadow homes. They are accepting money from seniors to reserve their space in line for buying one of these villas. These are not the actions of an establishment that has any doubt about the outcome of this application process. Quite to the contrary, it is a display of arrogance that should be discomforting to this committee, as it clearly implies that McLean does not respect this process and, if anything, views it as a rubber stamp activity. I hope you will show them that it is not. Which brings me to the last of the three questions you're probably asking yourselves as you again assess credibility, and the question is simply this: who should we believe? Now, my sincere hope is that if you've answered the first two questions, who do we trust and who has shown respect for our process, then the question of who we should believe should be a no-brainer. However, I keep thinking about the discussion this committee had at the very end of the last public meeting about hiring an external expert, an independent third party who could help you reconcile all of the technical arguments. But the idea of engaging an independent expert was set aside by the committee out of concern that it was too late in the game to be engaging a third party. Let me be clear. I think you have all the information you need to make an informed decision. If you look at all the detailed and summary information provided by the interveners, their technical experts, and their legal counsel, there is a preponderance of evidence showing that McLean's application is insufficient and incomplete. As such, you have the authority and the duty to reject it. But if this committee still finds itself struggling to reconcile the opinions of all the technical and legal professionals, then I hope you'll still entertain the idea of engaging your own experts to make sense of it all. Because yeah, it is late in the game, but you know what? It's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, are there any further questions from the commissioners? I would entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, so I guess the question that comes up is, again, thinking about the outside experts, do we need to have, is there a need for outside experts?
Your mic.
Oh. Is there a need for outside experts at this point? And I don't know if we have to have that discussion now before we close public opinion or not. That was my other question. Because once we close public opinion, can we still have an outside expert? No. See, that's the piece. So should we have that discussion right now and see what people think?
Yes. Let's have the discussion.
Okay. So, one of the big pieces that I got was an answer on the jurisdiction today, which was my biggest concern. And I heard agreement that because because it's going from the area of construction and that has and because of any water output going into the Hop Brook, we have jurisdiction over those areas. A lot of what we have heard on other things falls under us as a conservation commission, not a wetlands commission. So the question I have, again, from an outside expert perspective, is that division. And I'm not sure we need one. That was my concern.
So I initially made that comment. I thought we should have somebody that goes through both sides of the house and says, this is correct, this is not, this is in your purview, this is not. And that's how I felt then, and that's how I still feel.
You mean as far as jurisdiction, or like whether it's a conservation or a wetlands?
Both that, and we have, on the same topic, we have two different answers. What is the truth?
Well, that's according to the statutes, we get to decide. We get to decide which expert witness we decide has more credibility, and that goes into our decision-making process. We might also find that, the application's incomplete because there's something that's missing that we need. We've been trying to ask questions, that will come up in the deliberations. The question here is whether we choose, I'm not quite sure how we would, at this point.
So you have two particular factors to consider at this point in time. One, in order to continue the public hearing, you'd be required to get an extension from the applicant, right? So if the applicant doesn't give an extension, you must close the public hearing because of the timeline. And two, the date of May 29th is the full extent of timeline and timeline extensions for the public hearing.
So would that even give somebody enough time to look through everything and provide a third-party opinion?
I mean, we've had a tremendous amount of information put forward. We've been, we have the input from our town engineer. There are things that we have asked. There have been iterations on this plan.
Mm-hmm.
We've had comments from, expert witnesses from the intervener. That has made for a much better process for this application.
Clarifying question, can we, after we close the public hearing, can we still ask Adam questions?
You cannot. You cannot ask, staff can only participate at that point as to help clarify process. You cannot accept any additional testimony from anyone once the public hearing is closed, not staff, not staff opinion, not the applicant or the intervener. So once it's closed, it's your time to deliberate.
Other than what's on the record.
Yes.
Other than what is on the record. Yeah. Correct.
It's a big step to close that public hearing. But we're, I think the question I have is that typically and we've had this problem in the past, whereas we start to have more detailed discussions, real discussions, because we usually sit here at these things, we go through several hours, but we're basically being talked to, and today we actually did a sort of better job getting to some of these questions, but my worry is we haven't had enough of a chance to talk through the main ideas ourselves and then ask some of these questions.
At the deliberate, if we close the public hearing, all the information that we've received, that is what we will discuss at the next meeting to make our deliberation. We won't be getting new information, but we will be analyzing the information that we do have.
And we won't get any clarifications.
What do you feel you need additional clarification on?
As I see it, there's details in this technical stuff, and I actually see a lot of synergy between the pieces. I'm not sure, but we've run into this problem in the past, right?
Well, we are limited by the regulations as to how long we can continue asking questions. But, the questions we were asking questions all along during the process. And that led to a change in the design for the process, for the thing, not only from us, but from the interveners. At some point, we have to make a decision whether the application is, meets, whether we want to say yes, whether we want to say no, whether we want to say it's incomplete. I mean, there are three options.
Oh. I'm not as hard over on us needing to extend the public meeting as I would have been in some past applications. And for the reasons, we've had a very good discussion.
Yeah.
But I think if we're, we've had, the motion was, should we close it? We've had a little bit of discussion about it.
Yeah.
I think we can vote, and unless somebody's saying something like, has really major point one way or the other, then we can just go from there.
Yeah, I would say if anyone has any final questions, this is the time to ask them. I know it's late and it's hard to think, lots of information. George, did you have something to say? No, okay, so you're reaching for the mic. All right, so we've had discussion, so we've had a motion and a second. So I will call the vote. All in favor of closing the public hearing? Say aye. 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 All right, any dissents? All right, wow, that was all right, good. All right, so we have closed the public hearing. I want to thank the public, I want to thank the applicants, I want to thank the interveners for your patience, for your input. It has made for a better project.
Thank you all.
And a better review. We still have to adjourn. All right, the meeting is still on for the moment, folks. So just very quickly, we need to adjourn for the night. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
For over 40 years, SCM has been the voice of our town,
bringing us together through local programming,
education, and live broadcasts.
SCM isn't just about television.
It's about empowering our community,
ensuring our voices are heard during government meetings, and celebrating milestones
like our high school graduations.
But today, SCM faces a challenge.
Our funding structure is based on television subscriptions. And it's no secret, people have been cutting the cord.
With a shift to internet-only subscriptions,
SCM receives less revenue,
even though all our programming is freely available online.
We need your support.
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 Your donation can make a difference.
It will ensure that SCM remains open,
continues to educate our youth, and keeps our community informed.
Thanks to SCM, I've been honing my creative skills, helping me work towards my college degree.
SCM is crucial for keeping our community connected.
SCM isn't just here to broadcast local events. They're actually preserving Simsbury's history.
Join us in preserving Simsbury's voice.
Simsbury's voice.
Together we can ensure that SCM continues to thrive
for generations to come.
Visit our website
or scan the QR code on your screen to make your donation.
Every contribution
counts.
Thank you for supporting Simsbury Community Media,
where your town,
your schools,
and your government come together.